Chapter 1153. The old ox was sent flying and spitting out flaming blood. He had been injured in the clash with Zichin, but he was laughing maniacally. His laughter was filled with pride, excitement. It was as if he had gained a great advantage. In the old ox's heart he had indeed gained a great advantage, and a great one at that. That was because he was no longer stuck by the strange attacks of the humans. He was no longer passively defending. He retreated again and again, increasing the distance between the two parties. He was preparing to launch a counterattack that he believed to be the most powerful. Hearing the old ox's proud laughter, Zichen's face was filled with confusion and astonishment. He wondered if this fellow was a masochist. How could he be so happy after being beaten so miserably? Human, go to hell! Very soon, Zichin understood why the old ox was so proud. The flames on the old ox's body began to surge violently. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed from a human into a beast and revealed his true form. The old ox, who had revealed his true form, was as large as a mountain peak. His horns were as sharp as swords, and the surface of his body was completely enveloped in flames. Wave after wave of tyrannical aura spread out from his body. The power surrounding his body was several times stronger than before. This was the main source of the old ox's pride and confidence in defeating the enemy. After that, his whole body was burning with flames. He stamped on the void and charged toward Zichin. A contest of strength? Looking at the old ox charging forward, Zichin couldn't help but smile faintly. He thought back to many years ago when he was training on the ancient road. He had also competed with a horn. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how that ox was doing, but he, Zichin, had embarked on the path of pursuing the rules. The old ox charged forward. Its huge body gave people a sense of oppression and suffocation. Zichen's body began to emit golden light as a powerful force seeped out from his body. This time he didn't clench his fists. Instead, he stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the two horns as the old ox charged forward. Boom! A ferocious sound came from the sky. The old ox's charging body crashed into Zichen's body. Flames and golden light flickered, and Zichin retreated more than 10 steps in the air. During this time, the golden energy and the flames collided continuously. After retreating 18 steps, Zichin finally neutralized the force of Old Bull's collision. His body stopped in midair. At the same time, he used both of his hands to grab Old Bull's horns tightly, not letting it break free. The wrestling began. Looking at the two sides wrestling in the air, Su Mengyao found a small problem. It was related to Xiaoniu's origin. She found that Xiaoniu only had one horn, and it was a single horn in the middle. However, this old bull had 2 horns. Seeing that the charging force it was so confident in was easily neutralized by the human after retreating 18 steps, the old cow's eyes, which were already wide open, widened even more. There was disbelief in its eyes, and at the same time it roared in disbelief. This is impossible. These 4 words were like a sudden clap of thunder, emitting an explosive sound. It carried a substantial energy fluctuation, and at the same time it also carried a dense stench as it rushed towards Zichin, who was close by. Zichin was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. The golden light on the surface of his body formed a substantial defensive shield, blocking the stench outside. The wrestling officially began. Zichin exerted force with both of his hands. Golden light flashed in his hands, and the powerful force in his body converged towards his arms. He suddenly took 3 steps forward. Under the push of the powerful force, Old Bull retreated 3 small steps in the air. With each step, there would be an explosion in the sky, and a black hole would appear under Old Bull's feet. After 3 steps, Zichen's force was neutralized. Moo. Being forced to retreat by the human, Old Bull was very angry. He roared angrily, lowered his head, and slightly arched his back. The flames around his body began to surge, and the power in his body formed a torrent that converged towards the two horns on his head. Very quickly, the two horns turned red like red-hot iron. There was a powerful force hidden in them. As Old Bull exerted force with his head, he raised his lowered head, and his horns suddenly rose. A powerful force instantly erupted, and he wanted to fling Zi-Chen away. Zi-Chen's body was hanging upside down in an instant. Both of his feet stomped on the void, and the void seemed to have materialized like the ground. Under Zi-Chen's stomps, ripples appeared one after another. Immediately after, a repulsive force appeared, and he used this force to suppress Old Bull's horns again. Zi-Chen advanced, and Old Bull retreated. On the other hand, Old Bull advanced, and Zi-Chen began to retreat. The two of them went back and forth like this, competing with pure strength. As the king of this forest, Old Bull had fought with many people of the same level as him. Once his true body appeared, he could almost completely defeat his opponent. However, today, after his true body appeared, not only did he not completely defeat this mere Yuan human in front of him, but his opponent's strength was also on par with his. Not to mention completely defeating him, they were currently on par, and Old Bull could not even suppress him. Old Bull was unwilling to give up. He roared angrily, but in his heart he was extremely shocked by the human's strength. Furthermore, as they continued to wrestle, his strength was also increasing. However, it was still useless. The old cow realized that as his strength was increasing, the strength of the human opposite him was also increasing. They were still on par with each other. Faintly, the old cow even felt that he was about to be suppressed. Finally, Old Bull felt that his strength had reached the peak. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, and he was confident that his next attack would be able to break free from the human's grasp. Then he would pierce the human's heart with his horns and lift him up. The feeling of explosive strength gave Old Bull a lot of confidence. At the same time, he felt that it was an honor for the human to die under his strongest attack. However, before he could exert his strength, he felt that his body was suddenly out of control. A powerful force that was completely beyond imagination suddenly spread out from the human's arms. Under this force, Old Bull's body, which was already in the air, slowly rose up again. In an instant, Old Bull lost his center of gravity. His four hooves kicked wildly in the air, and the space kept shattering. Zi-Chen's whole body shone with golden light. His essence, qi and spirit rose to the peak, and he sensed the location of the barrier. Thus, he suddenly used his strength to shake Old Ox, and then lifted Old Ox up high, and threw him over his shoulder. Boom! Old Bull's body finally broke free from Zi-Chen's control and flew toward the mountain in the distance. With a loud explosion, the mountain collapsed directly. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and Old Bull was buried. Zi-Chen was in the air, looking down indifferently. Moo! Old Bull roared. The mountain below exploded, and the smoke and dust were burned by the flames. Old Bull rushed out from it and rushed toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, who was in the air, flapped his thunder wings and rushed toward Old Bull. The two met in the air. Zi-Chen grabbed Old Bull's horns again and used his peak strength to forcefully stop Old Bull's body. Then he spun Old Bull's body half a circle and threw Old Bull out again. Boom! Old Bull's body crashed into a mountain again. Zi-Chen's strength became extremely powerful at this moment. Facing Old Bull, who was at his peak, he was still able to suppress him. Every time Old Bull rushed over, he would be sent flying by Zi-Chen. The scene was the same as before. Old Bull was suppressed. His body came into close contact with the ground again and again. Several mountain peaks collapsed, and many deep pits appeared on the ground. Old Bull's roars of anger turned into screams because of the increasing injuries on his body. The unwillingness and anger in his eyes were gradually replaced by fear and hesitation. When the fear reached a limit, he no longer hesitated and was no longer afraid. Anger appeared in his eyes again. This time he was completely enraged and had gone completely mad. Flames actually began to erupt from his huge eyes. Old Bull rarely gets angry. When fighting with others, I have never used my full strength. But today you, human, have completely infuriated me. So you must die. Old Bull roared again. The two horns on his forehead suddenly separated from his body and turned into two flaming blades in the air. His horns separated from his body and turned into blades. Feeling the suffocating aura coming from the two flaming blades, Zichen's expression changed. He exclaimed softly, "Earth weapon, Earth spirit weapon. Human, at least you are knowledgeable." Old Bull broke through, and my horns experienced the lightning tribulation and successfully turned into earth weapons. But after obtaining them, Old Bull has never used them, not even against other mutated beasts. I didn't expect that the first time I used them would be to kill you, a human Yuan realm human. So you should be glad that you can die from the suffocation of earth weapons. Zichin sighed. Mutated beasts are indeed blessed by the heavens. Although the lightning tribulation is terrifying, as long as you successfully break through, you'll have something that can turn into earth weapons. Old Bull's horns turning into earth weapons was out of Zichen's expectations. He, who had a relaxed expression before, could not help but frown. He felt that this battle was going to be very tricky. Die. The flaming blades clashed in the air, exploding with a sonorous sound as they slashed towards Zichen. Wherever the blades passed, space would shatter. Two traces of flames would be left on the spatial rift. Swoosh! Zichen flapped his lightning wings and dodged the blades' attack with his extreme speed. The two blades made a turn in the distant sky and returned, charging towards Zichen at lightning speed. Sensing the dense killing intent and terrifying aura from the blades, Zichen dodged again with his extreme speed. In this world, if one wanted to avoid earth weapons, they could only use extreme speed. Swoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the sky was riddled with holes. Streaks of flames crisscrossed in the air like a huge net. Zichen was like a little bird trapped in a huge net, flapping his lightning wings in an attempt to escape. "Haha, human, aren't you powerful? Why are you dodging?" Seeing that the human was dodging continuously, Old Bull laughed complacently. His laughter was filled with ridicule and mockery. Zichen glanced at Old Bull coldly and continued dodging. His expression was even more solemn. Earth weapons were very powerful. Their attacks even contained the power of rules. His perfect form could not withstand them at all. This was the effect of an earth spiritual weapon. It could completely decide the outcome of a battle. If Zichen had an earth spiritual weapon now, even if it was the most ordinary earth weapon without a soul, he was confident that he could suppress this savage Old Bull. Chapter 1154. After a few exchanges, not only did Zichen not injure the Old Bull, he was also in a very difficult situation and was almost injured by the earth's spiritual weapon. "Haha, human, if you have the ability, then don't dodge. I see that your strength is not bad and you should have some fame among the humans. If you keep dodging today, won't it ruin your little fame?" The Old Bull was very far away and constantly mocked. With regards to the Old Bull's mockery, Zichen chose to remain silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to mock the Old Bull, but he felt that doing so would ruin his reputation. From the beginning, he didn't put the Old Bull in his eyes. No matter how eloquent he was, a weak person could easily anger a strong person. In the past, Zichen loved to use words to mock others. He would even bring a stool over and point it at others' noses and scold them for half a day. However, the premise was that he was the weaker party. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would feel better if he could disgust the opponent. But now he didn't put the Old Bull in his eyes and thought that he was stronger than the Old Bull. If he were to fight with the Old Bull, he would naturally feel that it would weaken his own status. Therefore, he remained silent and wasn't angered by the Old Bull. This also showed that he had some self-restraint. Of course, there was also the old bull being too shameless. He was an Earth origin realm martial artist. Yet he actually looked down on a human origin realm martial artist who was dodging and didn't dare to fight with him. Zi Chen was sometimes very shameless, but that was when he was facing strong people and when it was advantageous for him. But now, being shameless would only lower his status. Forget it. He is very strong and has an Earth spiritual weapon. Let's go. Finally, seeing Zi Chen, who was dodging continuously, Su Mengyao opened her mouth. Yes, human. That's your little wife, right? She left you some face and let you go. You can try to get lost now. The old bull grinned, but suddenly felt that something was wrong and shouted, No, you can't get lost. I will kill you and avenge my son. Zi Chen was finally angered, but it wasn't because of the old bull, but because of Su Mengyao. Obviously, in Su Mengyao's heart, the current Zi Chen couldn't do it. But how could a man not do it in front of a woman? Idiot. Today, I, Zi Chen, am going to take you as my mount. Isn't it just a fight? Come on then. The enraged Zi Chen finally opened his mouth to speak. With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a flaming spear that came from the guardian of the holy burial ground. He gripped his spear tightly and swung it at the incoming blades. Boom! Zi Chen accurately struck the sharp blade with his spear. An explosion sounded in the sky, and the energy shook violently. The two blades landed on the spear one after another, and the powerful force caused cracks to appear on the spear. Then the spear exploded. With a single strike, the spirit weapon shattered. Haha, human, so this is what you're relying on. You're using a mere mortal-level soldier to block an earthly soldier. You're really a fool. Old Ox laughed mockingly. Zi Chen didn't say anything. Another light flashed in his hand and another spirit weapon appeared. Bang! After the collision, the spirit weapon shattered again. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Not bad at all. I don't know how many of these things you have. I'll break them one by one before killing you. Sure enough, it was just as Old Ox said. Zi Chen took out the spirit weapons one by one, and then they exploded one by one. Looking at Zi Chen, who was like a child throwing a tantrum, Su Mengyao shook her head and smiled. Finally, Zi Chen took out all the spirit weapons in his hand. He had no choice but to take out a black flaming axe. Clang! Clang! The blades landed on the axe twice, but there was no explosion sound. Instead, there was a clang sound. The earthly soldier didn't shatter the axe. Old Ox was stunned. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. This is impossible. Looking at the undamaged black axe, Old Ox's eyes had a trace of surprise. He then said loudly, This is a coincidence. As he said that, he controlled the two flaming blades to slash down again. Clang! Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He waved the axe and slashed forward. With a flash of light, the axe collided with the blades. There was a clang sound, and the power was once again violent. Zi Chen was forced back 3 steps. The axe was undamaged. Looking at the axe, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He said, That's right. This ancient soldier's origin is extraordinary. Its effect is extraordinary. Its toughness is comparable to an earthly soldier. Understanding this, Zi Chen was happy, but also a little heartbroken. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken out the ancient soldier and not wasted so many spirit weapons. Impossible. How can an earthly soldier not destroy a human-level soldier? Old Ox's eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, Old Ox launched a few more attacks. The clang sound became louder and louder, but there was still no effect. Now it's my turn. Zi Chen looked at Old Ox. His gaze became extremely cold. In the next moment, Old Ox saw the axe in the human's hand disappear. Just as he was confused, he saw a black weapon appear in the human's hand. It was a heavenly halberd. Like the axe, there were black flame patterns on it. Obviously, the quality was the same. Chen held the heavenly halberd tightly and rushed towards Old Ox. Shoo! Shoo! Two flaming blades shot towards Chen. Chen's strength was raised to the peak. The moment he touched the barrier, he swung the halberd and smashed it down. This smash was full of power. The blades began to tremble. Following that, the powerful force sent the blades flying. After sending the blades flying, Chen displayed his extreme speed and rushed towards Old Ox. How is this possible? Old Ox's eyes were filled with shock. He began to dodge. At the same time, he used his mind to command the earthly soldier. But it was useless. Since the ancient soldier could restrain the earthly soldier, Old Ox did not have the strength to turn the tables. Chen held the halberd in one hand and a pair of gloves appeared in the other. He easily struck out with 2 strikes. After sending the earthly soldier flying again, he flashed to Old Ox's side. One hand turned into 2. Chen poured all his strength into the heavenly halberd and smashed it towards Old Ox. Boom! With a loud bang, Old Ox's defense was broken. His body was like a sandbag as he was sent flying. This time, Chen decided not to give Old Ox a chance. His figure flashed again, and he appeared above Old Ox. The halberd in his hand smashed down again. Old Ox's body fell in a straight line and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Old Ox cried out in pain. When he appeared again, Chen was already in front of him. His hands grabbed Old Ox's horns and threw him over his shoulder. Boom! Boom! The battlefield shifted from the sky to the ground. Facing the powerful Chen, Old Ox did not have any room to resist. His body was constantly in contact with the ground. Many of his bones were broken. The Old Ox let out a miserable cry. In front of the human, he had already used all of his methods. He had no more trump cards, but he was still suppressed. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, because in this region, he who was invincible was actually being suppressed by a human. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! The Old Ox finally had a chance to catch his breath and shouted loudly. He was now in a very sorry state. Facing a human, he had no room to fight back. The human in front of him had the strength to kill him, but he didn't feel any killing intent from the human. He still remembered what the human had said just now. He wanted him to be his mount. Under normal circumstances, Old Ox would naturally not agree. But now that he had used all his means, he was still suppressed. Once the human broke through to the earthly Yuan realm, his combat power would naturally be much stronger. Such a human was qualified to make Old Ox compromise. Old Ox compromised, but he did not compromise. He threw Old Ox over his shoulder again and again. Old Ox was dizzy, seeing stars and coughing up blood. Shrill cries and begging for mercy rang out in the burned forest. The cries lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, the cries finally disappeared. The cries disappeared because Old Ox had fainted after being thrown to the ground. Chen was panting heavily. Using his peak strength to throw a mountain-sized ox took a lot of energy. A fragrant wind blew over. Su Mengyao came to Chen's side and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. You must be tired. Take a rest. Su Mengyao pulled Chen to the side. The two sat on a big rock and looked at Old Ox. Suddenly, Su Mengyao chuckled. What are you laughing at? Chen looked at Su Mengyao. I'm laughing at that Old Ox. He must be very depressed to meet you. Maybe he has an illusion in his heart. Who is the real mutated beast? That Old Ox really deserves a beating. Just as they were chatting, Old Ox suddenly moved and slowly woke up. When he woke up, he was still in a daze. His body was shaking, and he only managed to stabilize himself after a while. He was thinking about what had just happened, and then he thought of that terrifying human. Do you still want to fight? Suddenly, a voice came into Old Ox's ears. When Old Ox heard it, fear appeared in his eyes again. He turned his head and saw the humans sitting on the big rock. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Old Cow shook his head and said, Zichin said you know your place. Forget it. Anyway, I'm tired. Now, do you want to come with me, or do you want me to take you by force? After saying this, Zichin waved his hand and a black carriage appeared. Old Ox's body was as big as 10 carriages. It seemed impossible to pull him, but Zichin didn't care. Old Ox trembled and fear appeared in his eyes, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, I have a condition. Is it to avenge your son? Zichin asked. Old Ox shook his head and said, No, Little Ox isn't my son. I just picked him up. He died because he was too weak and too stupid. He can't blame others. In this deep mountain, many powerful mutated beasts die every year. But as long as they aren't killed by someone of a higher realm, they won't seek revenge. Of course, this refers to mutated beasts, not humans. Then what is your condition? Zichin wasn't interested in the mutated beast's way of survival. I have a few enemies. They are all in the Earth realm. Before I leave with you, I want to get rid of them. Zichin sneered. Getting rid of them is a lie. Your real goal is to get the dawn. Old Ox smiled embarrassedly. That's about the same. Fine, I'll help you this time. You can't be too weak when you follow me. Chapter 1155. The old bull pulled the carriage and soared into the sky, bringing Zichin to find his first target. His first life and death enemy was 100,000 miles away. The old bull wasn't in a hurry. He pulled the carriage forward slowly. Along the way, they encountered many towering peaks. The two would sometimes signal for the old bull to stop. Zichin and Su Mengyao would stop at the foot of the mountain and begin to climb, seeking the thrill of climbing. This mountain forest was very large and extremely deep. There were no signs of human habitation. There were many strange peaks, and the scenery was beautiful. This was also the best place for powerful cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. Occasionally, they would encounter powerful cultivators in seclusion. These powerful cultivators were naturally furious when they were suddenly disturbed. They came out of seclusion and were very angry. However, the old bull was even angrier. He pulled the carriage, and with just one collision, he would kill a human. His methods were extremely cruel. On one hand, it was because of these people's bad attitudes, but more importantly, it was because the old bull was depressed. After all, anyone would be depressed when the king of the forest suddenly became a mount. Next time you meet a human, you don't have to kill them. Zichin reminded. The old bull nodded. Next, when they met a human in seclusion, the old bull only needed to glare at them, and they would be terrified. The journey of 100,000 miles took 3 months with frequent stops and stops. Moo. Below was a mountain range. The old bull roared at the mountain range. Very soon, a disdainful laugh rang out. Old bull, you came to me of your own accord. Are you here to die? A behemoth rushed out from the forest. This was a strange tiger with a cold glint in its eyes. After seeing the old bull pulling a carriage, the tiger's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Old bull, what are you doing? The strange tiger was very surprised. Stop talking nonsense. This old bull will leave in a few days to travel the world. Today, I came especially to kill you. The old bull snorted. Kill me? Old bull, you're joking, right? But since you're here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. You might as well stay. The strange tiger's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zichin and Su Mengyao walked out of the carriage. He glanced at the strange tiger in the air and asked, The mortal enemy you were talking about is him. That's right, it's him. The old bull said, He's not the only one here. There's also a black bear. Is that your target? Zichin asked again. Black bear. Old Cow was startled when he heard this, while Strange Tiger's expression changed. I feel that he is hostile to you, so he must be your target. Zichen looked down at the forest and shouted, "Hey, that bear, you should come out too." The forest below rolled and tumbled as a strong wind surged. A big bear soared into the sky. When the old bull saw the big bear, his pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "It's you. The two of you actually colluded together. Old ox, we haven't gone to you yet, but you've come to us on your own accord. Are these the helpers you've brought? They're just two mortal origin stage humans. Old ox, you're getting worse and worse." Black Bear sneered. "Cut the crap. Kill my boss first." Old Ox shouted. "Boss, you actually recognized a mortal origin stage human as your boss. Old Ox, you're really a disgrace to us mutant beasts." Black Bear said with disdain. "He only recognized me as his boss. I haven't agreed to it yet." Zichen said. "Human, cut the crap. Let me see what you've got." Black Bear rushed toward Zichen. Golden light rose around Zichen's body as he mobilized a powerful force. Just as Black Bear was about to reach him, he stomped his foot forward. Boom! Surging energy surged. The void was shattered by Zichen's stomp, and Black Bear's body fell to the ground. With one kick, Zichen kicked the Black Bear over. Die. Strange Tiger saw that Black Bear was beaten back with one attack. He also roared and rushed toward Zichen. Boom! This time, Zichen raised his palm and pressed down. With a loud bang, Ihu's body was smashed to the ground. Two attacks, two mutant beasts were beaten back. "Bear, this human is very strong. Let's work together." The tiger roared, and then it soared into the sky at the same time as the Black Bear and charged towards Zichen. Zichen clenched his fists and punched each of them. It was simple and direct. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises sounded in succession. Strange Tiger screamed and fell down. There was a hole in his body. Black Bear was unscathed. He was only knocked back by the impact. "This bear has a defensive earth weapon," Old Ox reminded. Black light flashed on Black Bear's body as if he was wearing black armor. He looked up at Zichen with shock in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how a mere mortal origin stage human could have such powerful strength. "Go all out." Strange Tiger's low and angry voice sounded. Black Bear nodded. The black light around him became brighter. Then he turned into a tall human. Black Bear was wearing armor. It was an earth weapon. Strange Tiger also turned into a human. He held a long sword in his hand. Naturally, the long sword was also an earth weapon. Kill! With the earth weapon, the two were full of confidence. For the third time, they rushed toward Zichen. Zichen clenched his fists again. A pair of black boxing gloves appeared on his fists. When the two reached him, Zichen clenched his fists and punched. Golden light flashed, and a powerful force fell on Strange Tiger. The long sword in Strange Tiger's hand was hit hard and almost flew out of his hand. Then another fist hit his chest first. Effed! Strange Tiger coughed up blood and was sent flying. As for Black Bear, he was sent flying by Zichen's sky piercer before he could reach him. Looking at the battlefield in front, even though Old Ox was mentally prepared, he was speechless at this moment. Zichen was really too strong. He was terrifyingly strong and unbelievably strong. The two were mocking and ridiculing Zichen earlier. Now they were shocked. Fear grew in their hearts, and they wanted to escape. "You can't leave." After saying that, Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. The golden light around him became even more dazzling. At the same time, the power of his essence, energy, and spirit was raised to the peak. Boom! Boom! The tremors were accompanied by screams that resounded in the sky. Blood splattered in the sky. Facing Zichen, the two beasts naturally couldn't escape. Only death awaited them. Zichen pierced Strange Tiger's body with his sky piercer and lifted him up. Then he shattered Strange Tiger's body with a blow. Strange Tiger's body shattered. The soul shadow inside was dragged out by Zichen. He sealed it with energy and turned it into a golden ball. After Ihu's death, his long saber turned into a sharp tooth. Black Bear's defense was destroyed by Zichen. At the same time, the powerful force crushed his body. Only a piece of Black Bear's skin was left, as well as the soul remembrance that Zichen deliberately extracted. Old Bull descended from the sky. He first collected the 2 inner cores. Then he ran in front of Zichen and asked fawningly, "Boss, what do you want this soul remembrance for?" Zichen glanced meaningfully at Old Bull and said, "Of course it's to find a forging expert and see if he can merge soul remembrance into the earth weapon to forge a true earth spirit weapon." When Old Bull heard that, his mind suddenly trembled. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. This tooth belonged to the strange tiger, and it also contained the strange tiger's soul intent. If it really did merge with it, it would become a complete earth spirit weapon. All of this was just Zichen's guess. As for whether or not the everlasting sect had such a method, Zichen didn't know. Putting away the 2 items, Zichen looked at Old Bull and said, "Okay, time to find the next one." Old Bull nodded excitedly. Then he brought Zichen to find the next target. However, along the way, they still stopped and walked. After advancing for several tens of thousands of miles, Old Bull was extremely cautious. He also told Zichen that there was an extremely powerful existence here and told him to be careful. Stepping into this area, Zichen also felt a dangerous aura. His expression changed slightly. He knew that after walking in the forest for so long, he finally encountered an emptiness realm mutated beast. The Earth Origin realm was divided into several realms. Among them, Earth Origin was a general term. Heaven Origin, Earth Origin, Human Origin. Human Origin was also a general term here. It represented existences below Earth Origin. Among them, there were several realms. As for Earth Origin, it was also a general term for realms. It was divided into Earth Origin after dodging the lightning tribulation. This realm represented the weakest Earth Origin. It was also the most common normal Earth Origin. Next were the emptiness and reality realms. When Zichen was in the eastern continent, the existence that stole his sword steel in the Thunder Clan's territory was an emptiness realm expert. This kind of existence far surpassed Earth Origin and could easily kill Zichen. As for the reality realm, in Xingdao Li's words, existences at this level had already gone to another world. This world simply couldn't maintain the power required by a reality realm expert. At this moment, the existence in the forest was most likely an emptiness realm mutated beast. Zichen didn't expect to encounter one here. While being careful, his original plan of fighting all the way to the depths of the forest was completely ruined. In this place, Zichen didn't even have the interest to play around. He was afraid of disturbing this kind of existence. After signaling Old Bull to speed up, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the second location. This time a snow wolf appeared. It had a violent temper. After seeing Old Bull, it didn't say anything and rushed towards him. Then Zichen stepped forward and the 2 of them started fighting. Old Bull's opponents were all at the same level as him or slightly weaker than him. With his extreme speed, Zichen wasn't afraid that his opponents would escape. In addition, with his powerful attack power, he could easily finish off his opponents. In 2 years, Zichen finished off all of Old Bull's opponents. There were a total of 7 Earth elemental mutated beasts. However, the last 2 obviously didn't recognize Old Bull. When they saw Old Bull, they were astonished. After that, Old Bull still wanted to find its enemies. However, it was stopped by Zichen. With Old Bull pulling the carriage, Zichen and Su Mengyao continued to walk in the forest. They looked at the mountains and rivers, the beautiful scenery of the sea of trees, and comprehended the rules. This walk took a total of 50 years. During these 50 years, Zichen didn't sense any rules. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly comprehended them. When they passed by a relatively remote village, Zi-Chun suddenly heard a conversation below. You said that your magic power is omnipotent and can move mountains and fill seas. Is that a lie? A villager looked at a monk and asked, Lie? Does this poor monk need to lie? The monk was proud, but also a little dissatisfied. You're not lying? Why is that bull flying in the sky? As he spoke, the villager pointed to the sky. The monk raised his head and saw an old bull flying in the sky. Chapter 1156. The monk's voice sounded soft to the villagers, like they were having a conversation. But when it reached the sky, it was like a thunderclap, shaking the sky and stirring up the wind and clouds. The old bull in the sky stopped and looked down at the tiny human below. It wanted to stomp him to death. It's him. Su Mingyao's voice came from the carriage. It's him. Bull, let's go down. Zi-Chen's voice came from the carriage. The old bull descended from the sky, and the villagers below were terrified. They retreated far away. The monk looked at the old bull and said loudly, You old bull, flying in the sky for no reason. You're forcing me to make a move. Fine, fine. Today, I'll end my training early and teach you a lesson. The monk was about to make a move when he suddenly saw the rules flashing on the old bull. He raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, I couldn't tell that you're an old bull with a cultivation base. To be able to get an old bull like you to pull the carriage, it seems like the person in the carriage has a high status. A solemn and serious expression appeared in the nonchalant monk's eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the carriage. We're all training in the mortal world, comprehending rules and breaking through. We do as we please, but you're here to cheat. Hearing the voice, the monk opened his eyes wide and looked at the carriage in surprise. At the same time, he muttered, It can't be so coincidental. Zi-Chin said, I don't want to be so coincidental, but that's the truth. Zi-Chin pulled Su Mengyao out of the carriage and said, You were cheating back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still cheating. Why? Could it be that you want to comprehend the rules of cheating? Bah! I was wondering who was so annoying. So it's you. Why did you have to find an ox to pull your carriage? And it's even flying in the sky in such a flashy manner. Do you know that it's very embarrassing? The monk glared at him. I'm happy to do so. Looking at the conversation between the two, the fear in the eyes of the villagers slowly dissipated. From the conversation, they knew that the two were familiar with each other. They were all shocked. In the hearts of the villagers, the monk was a big liar. But they didn't expect this liar to have a friend who could fly. All right, you haven't seen each other for decades. It's rare to see you again. So stop arguing. Su Mengyao looks at the two people who are chattering and can't wait to tell her what happened hundreds of years ago. She interrupts them. Humph! The monk coldly snorted and announced his victory. The three of them left the small village and walked towards a forest. The old ox followed behind. In the forest, Su Mengyao set up a fire and roasted meat for the two. Zi-Chen took out some wine and handed it to the monk. Although the original monk was bold and unrestrained, he was very principled. He did not eat meat or drink. However, ever since he entered the ruins of the Buddhist sect, the little bit of principle he had left finally disappeared. The meat was cooked and wine was served. The monk took a big bite and asked in amazement, What meat is this? It's so delicious. Zi-Chen laughed and said, Pork. The monk said, I'm asking the truth. What I said is true. Pork is just a mutant of the Earth Prime level. It has tough skin and thick flesh. It took a lot of effort to kill it. You haven't even broken through, and you still have the time to find a mutant beast of the Earth Prime level to kill. While speaking, the monk wolfed down the meat. Zi-Chen glanced at the monk and said, You haven't broken through either, but you still have the time to cheat. The monk said loudly, I've told you I was training. Besides, if I wanted to break through, I would have done it years ago. but that's not the rule I want, so I didn't break through." The monk looked at Zichen proudly. Zichen said calmly, "Me too." The monk was stunned. Then he glared at Zichen fiercely. Then, without saying anything, he started to eat and drink. Zichen waved the wine bottle in his hand at the monk and said, "Eat to your heart's content. This is the only meal. After you finish, you can get lost." The monk looked at Zichen and asked, "Why? Don't you want to train with me?" Zichen said, "People who walk different paths can't make plans together. If you really want to go with me, then I have to consider giving up on Old Bull and using you to pull the carriage." "What? You want me to pull the carriage?" The monk's voice instantly rose and became extremely sharp. "Meng Yao and I want to comprehend the Tao of nature. We don't lack anything. If you want to follow us, then we can only let Old Bull leave and you can be our mount." Zichen smiled. "Bah, you want me to be your mount? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" The banquet was finished amidst the commotion. After the banquet, the monk patted his buttocks and left. The two of them had been out for decades. They left the world of cultivators and entered the mortal world. Therefore, they didn't know the changes in the world of cultivators. Moreover, the Tao of law that the two of them were searching for was different. In the process of training, they naturally wouldn't meet, so there was no need for them to travel together. Of course, it was still necessary for them to have a meal together. After the monk left, the two of them set out again. They had been walking for 50 years. Then, another 50 years passed. 100 years had passed. It had been more than 110 years since Zichen left the Wuji sect. Longhu had yet to wake up. Old Bull was becoming more and more competent as a laborer. Since it had been a long time, he would occasionally chat with Su Mengyao and Zichen. He gradually learned about Zichen's achievements over the past 100 years. He was even more impressed by him. After 100 years of training, their exhausted hearts were gradually cleansed. Their state of mind changed once again and became extremely calm. Zichen even blamed himself when he recalled the killings he had committed. He felt that killing people wasn't necessarily the best way to get closer to the truth. This was the change in his state of mind. The two of them discovered a huge valley 2,000 li away from the mountains. The valley was huge with beautiful scenery. There were water, flowers, and some small beasts. "This place isn't bad. Why don't we stay here?" Su Mengyao was overjoyed as she glanced down at the valley. The two of them had been traveling for more than 100 years. They did not just walk aimlessly. They would also stop at some places with beautiful scenery. "All right, let's find a place to build a wooden hut. We'll stay here for a long time." Zichen was also very satisfied with this place. The two of them landed in the valley. Su Mengyao ran excitedly to the side of the river and dived into the water barefoot. She watched the fish play in the water. Zichen yelled from afar, "Let's split the work now. You make food, I'll go find the materials to build the hut." Su Mengyao turned around and smiled. She stuck out her tongue at Zichen and said mischievously, "Got it." Zichen went to chop down trees with a heavy axe. Su Mengyao continued to play in the water. As for Old Bull, he went to play by himself. The hut was completed in half a day. Apart from that, Zichen also used boulders to make some furniture. He even used bamboo to build a courtyard. There was a small stone table in the courtyard with 2 small stone benches beside it. Su Mengyao also took advantage of this time to pick some wild fruits in the nearby forest. This was their lunch. Zichen and Su Mengyao stayed in the valley for a long time. There were no outsiders to disturb them. They were like an immortal couple enjoying their own life. The valley was very big and was surrounded by mountains. There was water in the valley. There were flowers and plants by the water and fish in the water. There were also some human footprints here. At the foot of a mountain a few miles away, there was a small village. The villagers made a living by hunting. This small valley was their resting place when they went deep into the forest. That was because the mountains and rivers here were very sweet and the fish were very plump. However, the valley was very deep and was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wanted to enter, they would have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, although there were people here, they were all strong and agile villagers. The others could only stand on the peak and sigh as they looked at the valley. Recently, when the villagers were hunting, they discovered that there was a small courtyard in the valley. This was considered an uninvited guest. The cautious villagers did not come down, but stood at the peak to watch. They saw a young woman from afar. She was dressed in white and walked on the water like an immortal. She was barefoot, and her skin was as white as snow. Her appearance was stunning. The villagers were immediately stunned. In addition to the fairy-like woman, they also saw a handsome man. He held a big axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe, he could split a mountain. It's an immortal. One can walk on water, and the other can split a mountain with a swing of the axe. They must be immortals. I told you that this valley is extraordinary. It used to be called the Valley of Immortals. Now it has finally attracted immortals. Let me tell you, I've drunk the water there. It's very sweet and can cure hundreds of diseases. 2 immortals, a man and a woman. They must be an immortal couple who came down to the mortal world. Soon, the news about the immortals in the small village spread. Many people went to the peak to see the immortals. The villagers looked at them from afar. Zichen and Su Mengyao did not care. The two would sometimes play chess on the stone table, sometimes float out, and sometimes play in the water. After the villagers confirmed that there were immortals here, they would kowtow in the direction of the valley every time they passed by while hunting, asking for the immortals' protection. It was strange. After that, the villagers went up the mountain to hunt, and the harvest became more and more, and the danger became less. In the past, there were often fierce beasts in the mountain, but since the immortals came and they bowed to them, the fierce beasts disappeared. On the contrary, there were obviously more small beasts in the surrounding mountains. After discovering this problem, the villagers became more respectful to the Valley of Immortals. During the New Year, they would take some things and put them outside the valley to show filial piety to the 2 immortals. Living in the mountain, Su Mengyao gradually became naughty. She would take the things that the villagers brought to show filial piety. Zichen, look, these fruits are all gone in the nearby mountains, but they still have them. Su Mengyao took some crystal-like fruits and showed them to Zichen. Of course, he could only look and was not allowed to eat them. Now Su Mengyao also became a little glutton and liked to eat some fruits. Zichen was not surprised by this phenomenon and did not have any opinion. The only one who had an opinion was probably the old bull. At the same time that there were more immortals in the mountain, there was also an old bull. Many villagers tried to catch the old bull and take it back to farm, but they did not expect that the mountain was so quiet. The increase in their harvest was not caused by the 2 immortals, but by the old bull who had received the immortal's will. Chapter 1157. Su Mengyao had been worshipped as an immortal for 10 years. During these 10 years, she was the one who instructed the old ox, so she had protected the village for 10 years. In these 10 years, the lives of the villagers changed drastically. The villagers became wealthier, and the young men married many women from other villages. The population of the village increased tremendously. As the population increased, their harvest did not decrease. In addition, there were also some villagers who would find some high-quality spiritual herbs. These herbs could be sold at the market for a considerable amount of money. The main reason for the spiritual herbs in the mountains was the old ox, because the old ox had reached the earthly origin boundary. Even if he hid his aura, the heaven and earth would sense it. As a result, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area he was in would become very dense. After 10 years, when the villagers were thinking about whether they should join forces to make a big sacrifice for the immortals, one day, the villagers passed by the valley again. However, they found that the wooden house was gone. The 2 immortals were also gone. At the same time, The old ox that everyone wanted to catch disappeared as well. After that, the immortals never appeared again. They only left behind the legend of the Immortal Valley. Ziqin and Su Mengyao lived in the valley for 10 years. During these 10 years, the two mainly traveled and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of nature. During these 10 years, the two did not deliberately mention their identities and realms. They did not mention anything about the rules. They only used their hearts to feel everything. 10 years later, another 10 years passed. The two climbed cliffs, climbed peaks, crossed rivers, saw countless flowers and plants, caught fish in the river, caught prawns, and made small wooden rafts. During these 20 years, Su Mingyao's face was filled with a happy and satisfied smile. The two stood on top of the mountain and watched the light of the setting sun pierce through the white clouds, illuminating the heaven and earth in red. Su Mengyao happily snuggled in Ziqin's arms and watched the scenery in front of them. Ziqin stood there and stared blankly ahead. The two quietly watched the sun set and watched the last ray of light disappear. So beautiful! Su Mengyao put her hands around her mouth and shouted into the distance. Her voice echoed in the mountain forest. It is very beautiful. Ziqin nodded and looked into the distance. At this moment, his heart was very quiet or even peaceful. After walking in nature for 120 years, he felt as though he had become a part of nature. For over 100 years, he had not fought with anyone, nor had he used his essence force. He was admiring the beautiful scenery and enjoying life. He was comprehending the various natural sceneries and the beauty of nature that had existed for over 100 years. Ziqin's state of mind also changed at that moment. A world full of nature appeared before him. He saw nature. There was a flash of light in his sea of consciousness. He saw things outside of nature. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Night fell. Xingqian was in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. However, these lights of Xingqian were unknowingly shrouded by dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the world became pitch black. Is it going to rain? Su Mengyao raised her head. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. There was an inexplicable pressure in the dark clouds. She turned her head and looked at Ziqin in shock. Precepts are everywhere, Ziqin spoke again, his voice sounding distant as if it came from ancient times. His eyes were deep and bright. His body started to glow. In the sky, the power of precepts appeared out of nowhere. These powers of precepts appeared from all directions and gathered towards Ziqin. A gentle push pushed Su Mengyao into the distance. Precepts, you felt the precepts of nature. Su Mengyao was surprised and delighted. Ziqin once again gazed into the distance, at the place where the sun had disappeared. However, this time, although his eyes were bright, there was no spirit in them. He was recalling the bits and pieces he had seen in the past 100 years. He was thinking about the water. It was cold and smooth. A small rock could make it change its original intention and part its path. However, sometimes, even a mountain would be destroyed in front of it. There was water in nature. Dew, river water, ice water, and seawater. There was power in the water, the power of water. There were precepts in the power, the precepts of water. Thinking about the ponds and rivers, the precepts that gathered towards Ziqin suddenly changed. There were ripples like water patterns. These were the precepts of water. Thinking about the huge lakes, the turbulent rivers, the torrential waterfalls, and the violent waves, more precepts appeared around Ziqin. From afar, the precepts of water were like layers of thin gauze that covered Ziqin's entire body. The moment the precepts of water appeared, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared in the sky. This aura was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Su Mengyao looked up at the sky, and her expression changed instantly. This was because the power of the tribulation clouds at this moment was not much different from the tribulation clouds that Elder Gui had attracted. However, this was not the end. After the power of water, another word appeared in Ziqin's mind. It was wood. Wood could be a weak sapling that swayed in the wind without any determination or goal. It could also be a towering tree that covered the sky and was abnormally firm. There were trees in heaven and earth. There were precepts in wood, known as the power of wood. Wood was a towering ancient tree. Wood was a small tree. Wood was a type of force. Among the 5 elements aristocratic families, the Mu family cultivated the power of wood. Zi Chen had fought with the Mu family many times. Naturally, he had sensed the power of wood. At this moment, the power of wood gradually turned into precepts in Zi Chen's eyes. The precepts of wood. Beside Zi Chen, in addition to the precepts of water, there was also a new type of precepts of wood. As soon as it appeared, it intertwined with the precepts of water. With water in the precepts of wood, the power of the precepts of wood became even stronger. Above his head, the power of the tribulation clouds increased by a few times. The sky and earth became pitch black. Looking at the black clouds above her head, Su Mingyao's face turned pale. She could not stand steadily. This tribulation cloud was really too terrifying. With this mountain peak as the center, the beasts within a radius of dozens of miles felt the terrifying aura. They sensed danger and quickly fled. Far away on the mountain peak, a ray of light flashed. It was the old bull that was pulling the carriage. At this moment, he was looking at Zi Chen on another mountain peak. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. How is this possible? He actually has 2 types of precepts. The old bull lost his composure and cried out. He felt that his understanding of the world had been overturned at this moment. After sensing the precepts of water, the precepts of wood appeared in Zi Chen's mind. All of this was not done intentionally by Zi Chen. It was a realization that he had gained after years of calmly looking at the mountains and scenery. Today, when they appeared together, they became precepts of wood. His mind was only thinking about what he had seen over the years. He did not notice the changes that happened after the water and wood merged. Just as the 2 types of precepts changed, a word involuntarily jumped out in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. This word jumped out abruptly, as if it was born naturally. This word was fire. It was the power of fire. It was the precepts of fire. First, it was water. Then it was wood. Among the 5 elements, water was wood. This was not a coincidence. It was Zi Chen's experience over the years. As long as there was water, the wood would live well. The trees would be lush and the flowers would be beautiful. Water gave birth to wood. Wood gave birth to fire. Although the precepts of fire appeared suddenly, there were still traces that could be followed. It was 2 demonic beasts that were fighting to the death in the forest. One of the demonic beasts was spitting fire from its mouth. It was a single-horned firebull. Its opponent was very strong. It had an ice aura that could suppress fire. The fire could not hurt it at all. It was a mutated blue bird. However, the fire bull showed weakness at the crucial moment. It ignited the forest below. All the trees in the forest were ignited by the flames. The forest became a sea of fire. The power of fire became even stronger. With the help of the fierce power of fire, the fire bull destroyed the blue bird. That day, Zi Chen admired the fire bull's intelligence. However, today wood gave birth to fire. It was the precepts of fire. The precepts of fire between heaven and earth began to gather towards Zi Chen. After merging with his body, they would be compatible with the power of wood. Then the power of fire would become stronger. With 3 precepts of fire, Su Mingyao could no longer see Zi Chen's real body. She could only see a blurry figure. In the sky, the tribulation clouds pressed down another 3 meters. The pressure of the tribulation clouds spread out for dozens of miles. A dangerous aura shook the surroundings. The strong cultivators nearby all felt the pressure. Their faces changed drastically. They looked up and saw the tribulation clouds. At the same time, they felt the power of multiple precepts of fire. Someone is breaking through to the Earth Prime level. Attracting precepts of fire, This is the sign of breaking through to the Earth Prime level. But why is the tribulation clouds so scary? There were demonic beasts in the forest. In addition to demonic beasts, there were also strong cultivators in seclusion. They all felt the abnormality of the tribulation clouds. They turned into light and flew towards the tribulation clouds. They stopped at what they thought was a safe distance and looked down at the tribulation clouds. There was a mountain peak. There was a person standing on the peak. However, no one could see the person's face clearly. They could only see the precepts of fire surrounding him. 3 precepts. He actually has 3 precepts of fire. Who is this person? He can actually comprehend 3 precepts of fire at once. Scary, it's really scary. With 3 precepts of fire, once he breaks through, his combat strength will increase infinitely. I'm afraid no one in the same level can do anything to him. In the distance, many people and demonic beasts appeared. Among them, there were also existences that had crossed over to the Earth Prime level. They looked at Zi Chen, who had 3 precepts of fire, and their faces turned serious. But only 3 precepts of fire? Wood was burned by fire. After being burned, it turned into earth. Fire gave birth to earth. In addition to the 3 precepts of fire, there was the precepts of earth. With such a change in the precepts of fire, if Zi Chen still couldn't feel the principle of the 5 elements, he would really be an idiot. Fire gave birth to earth. This was what he had seen for many years. At the same time, he had taken the shortcut of the 5 elements. Earth was the origin of all things, giving birth to all things. As soon as the precepts of fire appeared, there was a majestic and heavy feeling. Chapter 1158. Su Mengyao had been training with Zi Chen for more than 100 years. During this period, Zi Chen had successfully comprehended the laws because of Xing Dao Li's words. Su Mengyao had been beside him at that time. In the following 120 years, the two of them traveled around the world, feeling close to nature. Now, Zi Chen had once again comprehended the power of laws. Su Mengyao, whose comprehension ability wasn't any worse than Zi Chen's, had gained nothing. However, at this moment, when she saw Zi Chen's lifeless eyes and the power of laws that appeared on Zi Chen's body one after another, she understood. At this moment, her heart was tightly connected to Zi Chen. She could clearly feel everything that Zi Chen felt. The two of them didn't have any secrets over the years. Therefore, whatever Zi Chen had comprehended, Su Mengyao naturally understood as well. Zi Chen saw water and then wood. Su Mengyao also saw it. She also saw the battle between the fire bull and the blue bird that day. She saw the wood of the 5 elements giving birth to fire. Su Mengyao looked at Zi Chen in a daze. Her bright eyes gradually lost their luster. She seemed to have fused with Zi Chen. Whatever Zi Chen saw, she saw. When the 4th law of earth appeared on Zi Chen's body, Su Mengyao also saw the law of earth. She even saw the law of metal after the earth. Su Mengyao saw the power of the 5 elements before Zi Chen. She saw it very clearly. However, she didn't comprehend it. She didn't immediately draw the law to her body. Instead, she imprinted it in her heart. The comprehension of the power of the 5 elements was like a seed buried deep in Su Mengyao's heart, waiting for it to germinate in the future. A mysterious fluctuation appeared on Su Mengyao's body. However, this fluctuation disappeared in a flash. Only a few existences sensed it, but they thought it was an illusion. Compared to the current Zi Chen, Su Mengyao was extremely inconspicuous. Therefore, everyone completely ignored her. On Zi Chen's body, the 4th type of rule-bending power began to revolve around him. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed. Shock, horror, and then pity. Comprehending 4 types of laws was rare in the world. Once they broke through, their battle strength would skyrocket. However, many of the people present had already broken through to the Earth origin stage. Naturally, They knew how slim the chances of successfully breaking through under such circumstances were. He's too greedy. 3 is already the limit. Now that he's comprehending 4, he's dead for sure. He had the potential to become a very famous Earth Prime, but now he no longer has the chance. Psi, to be able to comprehend the rules and have a chance of making a breakthrough. He is naturally a smart person. But why can't he think things through? I can't understand. Under such circumstances, no one was optimistic about Zi-Chen's chances. No one believed that Zi-Chen still had a chance of making a breakthrough after receiving 4 types of laws. This is too scary. Boss Zi-Chen is really scary. Old Cow was shocked when he saw this scene. 4 types of rule-bending power was not Zi-Chen's limit. At this moment, he was comprehending the Earth origin stage. With the help of the Fire origin stage, his comprehension was much easier. Soon he successfully comprehended the Earth origin stage. An old man appeared out of thin air. He stood under the tribulation cloud and looked at Zi-Chen with a shocked expression. In just 100 years, you've comprehended another rule-bending power. Moreover, it's the 5 elements rule-bending power. Your comprehension is indeed terrifying, but this is nonsense. Suddenly, the old man's praise turned into a cold shout. Then he turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Zi-Chen. Stop! Don't comprehend the 5 elements rule-bending power. The old man was naturally Xingdao Li. He shouted and rushed toward Zi-Chen. With 4 types of rule-bending power, Zi-Chen's chances of survival were very slim. If he received 5 types of rule-bending power, even Xingdao Li would not be optimistic about Zi-Chen's chances. Facing such a situation, the right thing to do was to take the initiative to give up. Then, when he was ready, he would attract the rule-bending power and break through. Xingdao Li's words were heard by the people in the distance. They were shocked. They thought that it was already amazing for Yi Futian to comprehend 4 types of rule-bending power. But who would have thought that he would comprehend 5 types of rule-bending power and gather the 5 elements rule-bending power? However, Xingdao Li was still a step too late. When he shouted and tried to get closer to Zi-Chen, there was already a golden light in the Earth origin stage. It was the metal origin stage. Between heaven and earth, golden rule-bending power appeared and gathered towards Zi-Chen. At this moment, the 5 elements rule-bending power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth origin stage gathered, and the 5 colors merged perfectly. In the sky, the black clouds also changed in an instant. They turned blood red, and the pressure became dozens of times stronger. Even the earth origin stage, cultivators standing under the tribulation cloud trembled because of this aura. This aura was exuding a world-destroying divine power. It made people tremble. The Earth origin stage cultivators knew that something was wrong and retreated far away. As for the human origin stage cultivators, they were already scared away. A powerful force directly pushed Su Mengyao back, waking her up from that mysterious state. After waking up, she saw the tribulation cloud in the sky that had changed color. Her expression changed drastically, and her face was filled with worry. Xingdao Li was already rushing towards Zi-Chen. However, at this moment, a terrifying thunderbolt descended from the blood-red clouds. This thunderbolt emitted a blood-red light. Although there was no rule-bending power on it, it was still terrifying. The blood-red thunderbolt was not rushing towards Zi-Chen. Instead, it was rushing towards Xingdao Li, who was approaching Zi-Chen. "Get lost!" Xingdao Li shouted. He raised his hand and pointed at the blood-red thunderbolt. A stream of energy broke into the thunderbolt and crushed it. In the distance, when the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. They did not know who this old man who suddenly appeared was. However, he could destroy a blood-red thunderbolt with a raise of his hand. Naturally, he was a terrifying existence. Just as he destroyed a thunderbolt, another thunderbolt descended from the sky. Its target was still Xingdao Li. Xingdao Li raised his hand and pointed again. The thunderbolt dissipated. Xingdao Li seemed to be very relaxed when he destroyed the terrifying thunderbolt. However, in the next moment, several thunderbolts appeared in the sky. They were even more powerful. Xingdao Li roared and raised his hand to destroy these thunderbolts. However, more thunderbolts descended. Moreover, the thunder might emitted from these thunderbolts made everyone present feel suffocated, except for Ziqin, who was surrounded by the 5 elements' power. Even Xingdao Li frowned. There was dissatisfaction on his face. What the hell is going on? Xingdao Li raised his head and looked at the sky. His aura suddenly surged. The thunderbolts that filled the sky were dispersed by his aura. A powerful aura that was dozens of times stronger than the previous thunderbolts appeared in this world. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Then they cried out in alarm. Heaven origin. This is the aura of a heaven origin powerhouse. Heavens, this old man is actually a heaven origin powerhouse. I never thought that we would actually have a heaven origin powerhouse here. However, the tribulation cloud has already appeared. Can he protect that person? Everyone was very shocked. Old Cow was the same. However, his heart was filled with fanaticism. Boss Ziqin actually knows a heaven origin powerhouse. He is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Ziqin was surrounded by the 5 elements' power. The 5 elements' power emitted 5 colors. It was like a huge egg, and Ziqin was in the middle of the egg. The 5 elements' power gathered. They reinforced and restrained each other. They became extremely stable. Ziqin began to fully comprehend the 5 elements' power. He was completely unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. The blood-colored tribulation cloud in the sky was provoked. It began to roll violently. Then, streaks of blood-colored thunderbolts descended again. This time, they had the power to destroy heaven origin. This was a silent thunderbolt. Only the tribulation cloud rolled in the sky. There was no sound of thunder. However, this kind of thunderbolt was even more powerful. Since you are unwilling, I will strike you until you are. Xingdao Li roared. Then he stretched out his right hand. His palm suddenly emitted a bright light. The bright light made people unable to open their eyes. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, a violent aura appeared between heaven and earth. A long saber appeared in Xingdao Li's right hand. The bright light came from the long saber. There were earth origin realm cultivators present. There were also some who had earth weapons. However, the moment they saw the long saber, they felt an aura that was thousands of times stronger than their earth weapons. They didn't need to guess. They knew what level of weapon that long saber was. Heaven's spiritual weapon. It was also a heaven weapon. Xingdao Li was not only a heaven origin powerhouse, but also a powerhouse who had a heaven weapon. The moment he held the long saber in his hand, in everyone's eyes, Xingdao Li became heaven and earth. At this moment, he was the real heaven and earth. He held the saber and slashed towards the sky. The sky was cut open by the saber. Many blood-colored thunderbolts were shattered by the saber. At the same time, the saber shot towards the sky, straight towards the blood-colored tribulation cloud. The saber was still silent. However, it cut through half of the tribulation cloud, revealing the pitch-black empty space behind the tribulation cloud. The crowd cried out in alarm. The scene before them was too terrifying. However, just as the tribulation cloud dissipated, it condensed again. Furthermore, this time, it was even more terrifying. Apart from a small portion that still locked onto Ziqin, the rest of the tribulation cloud locked onto Xingdao Li. Come, let's see who dies first! Xingdao Li roared. He gathered his strength again and slashed towards the sky. This saber strike destroyed the thunderbolts and shattered another portion of the tribulation cloud. Like before, the tribulation cloud condensed again, right after it disappeared. However, this time, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly came from the silent tribulation cloud. Thunder rumbled, the sound was deep and distant. The blood-red tribulation cloud pressed down several feet from the sky, and a powerful and terrifying pressure spread out along with it. What are you doing? You want me to undergo the heavenly tribulation again. Xingdao Li raised his head to look at the sky. His expression changed greatly. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. In any case, the hand holding the saber started to tremble. Before the thunderbolts in the sky fell, he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slashed at the sky several times. The saber light shot towards the sky like a waterfall, tearing apart the tribulation cloud that had just formed. This time, Xingdao Li knew that he had completely angered the lightning tribulation. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He turned and left. However, the previous attacks had bought Zichen enough time. If Zichen took the opportunity to retreat, he would definitely be able to survive. Chapter 1159. Xingdao Li risked the danger of undergoing another heavenly tribulation to buy some time for Zichen. In his opinion, Zichen would take advantage of this precious time to forcefully disperse the power of the 5 elements and comprehend it later. However, Zichen did not. Not only did he not give up on comprehending, he even comprehended other laws outside of the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was the power of nature. This was not wrong, because everything in the world was within the 5 elements. However, to say that the power of nature was the power of the 5 elements was too arbitrary. At this moment, the power of the 5 elements formed a perfect circle around Zichen. This circle was like an eggshell, protecting Zichen within. The power of the 5 elements was revolving around him. As it revolved, Zichen calmed down and comprehended. At the same time, he used the power of the 5 elements as a foundation to comprehend other derived powers of nature. Looking at other lights outside of the 5 colors, Xingdao Li was speechless. The others were also speechless. Xingdao Li was speechless because of helplessness, while the others were shocked. At this moment, in terms of talent, Zichen undoubtedly surpassed 99% of the experts in the Tianwu continent and stood at the peak of the continent. Since the first cultivator appeared in the world, tracing back hundreds of millions of years, there are very few people who could comprehend the power of the 5 elements and the power of nature outside of the power of the 5 elements. However, now, Zichen had comprehended it. There was no doubt about his talent. However, at the same time, this indicated that the danger had reached an unimaginable level. This was a heavenly tribulation that could not be passed. Although Su Mengyao was awake, she could still clearly feel everything that Zichen felt. If Zichen unfortunately died today, then Su Mengyao would comprehend the power of nature in the future. Crazy, this is a madman. Pure madman. Sigh, what a pity. In the distance, both humans and beasts sighed. Obviously, no one thought that Zichen could pass the heavenly tribulation. Outside of the power of the 5 elements, he had successfully extended the power of other rules. These were all extremely insignificant rules, but there were more than a dozen of them, more than a dozen minor laws, in addition to the 5 elemental laws. Such a scene brought shock to everyone. At this moment, they no longer regretted or sighed. They simply counted the rules. Even if Zichen died today, they would remember this moment. They would remember this cultivator who had comprehended dozens of rules at the same time. Apart from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were also wind, rain, thunder, and clouds. These were also the other 4 laws of nature. In addition to the 5 elemental laws, the wind law also appeared around Zichen. Like a gentle breeze, the wind law appeared outside of the 5 elemental laws and was considered a pure existence. Everyone was too shocked today, so much so that when they saw the wind law, there was only a hint of surprise on their faces. Then the number of laws in their hearts increased by one. After the wind came the clouds, and after the clouds came the rain. Zi-Chin had comprehended 3 of the 4 laws, but he had not comprehended thunder. However, there were many major laws in the world, and Zi-Chin had already comprehended many of them. Looking at the world and chasing after history, he could be proud. The thunder law did not appear for a long time, and Zi-Chen's comprehension was gradually coming to an end. Today's comprehension of the laws was more than 100 years of comprehension. However, the appearance of the many minor laws, as well as the wind, rain, and clouds, could be considered a coincidence. However, such coincidences could not be considered lucky, because the more laws there were, the stronger the power of the thunder calamity, indicating that there was no chance of survival. Without a chance of survival, it would be useless no matter how many laws one comprehended. Zi-Chen's eyes gradually became bright and clear. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The originally black tribulation, clouds in the sky, turned blood red and then blood black. At this moment, with the addition of dozens of laws, the tribulation clouds in the sky became colorful. These colorful tribulation clouds were like a rainbow that covered the sky. The pitch-black world began to emit colorful light. The thunder and lightning that had not appeared before began to flash in the tribulation clouds, and a vast thunder might appeared. However, at this moment, no one thought that this was an ordinary thunder might. The thunder might that made the earthly origin realm cultivators tremble was completely divine. It was indeed divine because the moment he felt the thousands of thunder and lightning, Zi-Chan suddenly had an illusion that there was a thunder god temple floating above his head. This thunder calamity was very scary, and Zi-Chen did not have the confidence to pass it. Fortunately, he did not prepare for it. The laws of nature were formed, but only the power of thunder was missing. As a thunder martial artist, this was a fact that Zi-Chen could not accept. Therefore, this was still not the law that he wanted. In the sky, in the colorful tribulation clouds, the divine thunder was brewing. Zi-Chen slowly lowered his head, and his gaze swept across the people in the distance. Their expressions were filled with shock and pity, and it was very complicated. Zi-Chen raised his head and pointed to the sky, and many laws revolved above his fingertips. Everyone in the distance opened their eyes wide, ready to watch the upcoming battle. They had already memorized the number of laws that Zi-Chen had comprehended. It was 48. At this moment, they still had to count how many bolts of lightning Zi-Chen would fall under. Everyone looked at Zi-Chen, waiting for him to pass the tribulation. However, this situation naturally would not happen because Zi-Chen did not plan to pass the tribulation. Because passing the tribulation meant death, and if he did not pass it, there was still a chance of survival. This was the solution he quickly thought of after he knew that he had accidentally gone too far, although there were elements of luck and gambling, who asked him to comprehend so many laws in one go. Moreover, Zi-Chen suspected that all of this was deliberately arranged, because with his talent, how could he comprehend so many laws? However, whether it was intentional or not, and whether the laws of the world really wanted him to die, he only had one way to survive now, and that was to retreat. His emotions did not change much, but his heart was filled with regret, and he secretly cursed the villainous heavens for harming him. He pointed to the sky with one hand and shouted, "Disperse!" This shout was like a divine thunder exploding in the sky. It was as if the words were followed by the law, and it carried a vast divine power and unimaginable divine power. The lightning tribulation that had been brewing in the sky for a long time slowly dissipated after the word disperse. The terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. No one was going through the tribulation. Everything just now was like an illusion, a dream. But was that really the case? Even though everyone had been shocked and horrified many times before and was already immune to unexpected situations, at this moment, seeing the lightning tribulation dissipate, their expressions changed again, and this time it was a huge change. Everyone knew what it meant to make the lightning tribulation dissipate. This meant that the laws would backfire, it meant that the world would not tolerate it, and it meant true death. In everyone's opinion, Zi Chen's tribulation was the right path. Although the chances of survival were not high, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if he gave up on the laws, there was only one path, death. Therefore, everyone was shocked. They did not understand why he chose to commit suicide instead of taking a gamble. In fact, Zi Chen was gambling with his life. Zi Chen's choice caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They did not understand, but Su Mengyao did. Xing Dao Li seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed. The tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated, and the dozens of nomological powers below dissipated. They were originally gentle and protective of Zi Chen, but now they were violent. It was as if the most loyal guards in the world had suddenly become the most violent thugs. They held the weapons in their hands, and before their masters could react, they launched their most ferocious attacks at their unsuspecting and defenseless masters. The perfect body was known as the strongest physique of humans. However, under the backlash of the laws, this powerful physique was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. A nomological blade slashed across, and a bloody mark appeared on Zi Chen's body. Another nomological blade slashed across, and another bloody mark appeared on Zi Chen's body. Each law instantly evolved into about 3,000 to 5,000 nomological blades. Zi Chen had comprehended 48 laws in an instant, and the number of blades that the laws instantly manifested was uncountable. Apart from that, what was even more terrifying was the laws formed by the power of the 5 elements. They emitted 5 colors, representing the perfect fusion of the 5 elements. They broke through Zi Chen's defense faster and left deeper wounds on his body. After one nomological blade broke through his defense, another nomological blade landed on the same spot, causing the wound to deepen again. Then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th, and nth nomological blades slashed at the same wound. Almost instantly, the same spot was attacked by dozens to hundreds of attacks. The wound that wasn't small to begin with instantly enlarged. The laws flashed, and Zi Chen's arm was severed. However, at the same time, many nomological blades slashed at his arm, instantly turning the severed arm into nothingness. Buffed! The second arm left his body and turned into nothingness again after the nomological blade passed by. This scene happened very quickly, but in the eyes of the cultivators, it was like a slow-motion movie. They saw every scene clearly, and even the way each nomological blade swept out was extremely vivid. They saw Zi Chen's arm leave his body and turn into nothingness. They also saw Zi Chen's legs disappear in an instant. They saw the backlash of the nomological power and how terrifying it was. At the same time, they also saw Zi Chen's face. It was an extremely handsome face. However, at this realm, what attracted everyone was no longer his handsomeness, but his temperament. At this moment, Zi Chen's face attracted everyone's attention because of the calmness on his face and in his eyes. This was calmness, a calmness with confidence, and not a simple resignation of waiting for death. However, at this moment, everyone didn't understand where Zi Chen's confidence came from. Did he still think that a miracle would happen and that he wouldn't die? Zi Chen didn't know if he would die, but he first felt the pain caused by thousands of sharp blades slashing at his body. He felt every part of his body leave his body and feel them disappear. He looked calm at the moment, but he was actually very nervous. This was because he wasn't sure if the nomological blade would destroy his soul consciousness first, or if his soul consciousness would sense the injuries on his body first and ignite the flame of life. Zi Chen's body was divided into 2 halves. Then the lower half of his body disappeared, and so did the upper half. Only his head was left. Chapter 1160. Thousands of laws slashed at his body, and Zi Chen was reduced to nothingness without any suspense. Qin disappeared from the world. Although everyone had expected this scene, they still couldn't help but sigh when they saw it with their own eyes. He died just like that. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the risk. Why did he choose to retreat when he had the chance to advance? He comprehended 48 laws. With his talent, he could be recorded in the historical records and become a legend. However, his choice was not satisfactory and went against the cultivation path of the strong. Everyone sighed and felt sorry for him. The thousands of laws instantly destroyed Qin, but didn't mean that Qin was dead. When Qin's body disappeared and his life force dissipated, Longhu, who was sleeping in the void, suddenly frowned. He didn't wake up, but a wisp of life force suddenly flowed out of his body and drifted into the void. At the same time, a wisp of life force also flowed out of the Wuji sect, where the dragons were sleeping. The two wisps of life force passed through the void and merged at a certain place. Qin's life force that had just dissipated met the two wisps of life force, and the flame of life was reignited. The tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated, and the people below exclaimed and sighed. No one noticed that a light spot suddenly appeared at the place where Qin died. The light spot was very weak, 100 times weaker than the light of a firefly. It couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. There was a wisp of life force flowing in the weak light spot, and as the life force flowed, the light spot gradually grew bigger and looked like a flame. The flame was expanding, and the fluctuation of life force became stronger. Su Mengyao didn't believe that Qin was dead, even though she saw Qin disappear with her own eyes. Her eyes stared at the place where Qin disappeared without blinking. Soon, she saw the light spot and watched it grow bigger and bigger, and then it emitted a fluctuation of life force. Her eyes instantly lit up. She knew that Qin was still alive. Soon, the flame grew to the size of a fist, and the fluctuation of life force was completely emitted. Everyone sensed it. The people who were about to leave in the distance saw the flame, and their faces were immediately filled with surprise. What is that? Flame, why is there a flame there? A flame with the aura of life. Could it be that this person is not dead yet? Could it be that his soul is still in this world? Everyone's gazes were fixed on the ball of flame as they watched it gradually grow bigger. That's the flame of life. I can feel the fluctuations of life inside. This is the flame of life, the legendary flame of life. Someone guessed what the flame was and immediately lost his self-control and shouted. So that's the case. This is what he's relying on. If he doesn't die this time, his harvest will be enormous. After Xing Daoli noticed this scene, a look of realization finally appeared on his face. The expressions of the people who were shouting once again turned into shock and horror because a figure actually appeared in the gradually growing flames. The flames of life began to reshape his body. At this moment, Qin, who had already begun to come into contact with the laws, could sense a thick life force from these flames. He could sense the laws of life. In addition to the law of life, Qin also sensed 48 laws of nature. Just like how he had refined the laws of nature 100 years ago after the first backlash, Qin was now using the flames of life to refine these laws. After refining these laws, they were hidden in the depths of his body, waiting for the day when they would be fully accumulated. The flame of life. He actually attracted the flame of life. No wonder he chose to take a step back. It's really unbelievable. He didn't die under the backlash of so many laws. This is a miracle. Looking at the figure formed in the flames, everyone was amazed. When Qin's figure appeared, Su Mengyao flashed in front of him and stood there to protect him. The old bull also appeared with the black chariot. He stood beside them in the air and released a powerful aura of earth prime around him. In fact, the two of them didn't need to do so at all. With Xing Daoli around, no one dared to cause trouble at this moment. They stood and watched from afar. After a day and a night, the flame of life slowly disappeared. Qin was naked. But when the flames disappeared, a black robe appeared on his body. A day and a night wasn't enough for Zichen to refine all the laws, but his injuries were completely healed. Su Mengyao threw herself into Zichen's arms. Although she didn't say anything, Zichen knew what she was thinking. This time he really played it big, but he was lucky to not die, so his future gains were limitless. Boss, you didn't die even after that. You're really too strong. The old bull's words were obviously filled with excitement. You really want me to die? Zichen looked at the old bull. How is that possible? I want you to live. With a boss like you, my future achievements will be limitless. Boss, please take me along and support me. The old bull who was pulling the chariot laughed. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking forward to the day you break through. Xingdao Li walked towards Zichen with a face full of admiration. Senior, thank you for your help. Zichen knew about Xingdao Li's help from Su Mengyao and immediately thanked him. Xingdao Li waved his hand and said, No, don't laugh at me. I was just asking for trouble. Senior, you're too humble. Zichen smiled. Looking at Zichen, Xingdao Li asked seriously, You don't even need to comprehend the force of nature. What are you waiting for? Do you have to wait until you comprehend the law of thunder before breaking through? Hearing this, Zichen thought seriously and said, I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the moment I broke through, I saw that the law of the great Tao is not the path I want to take. I don't know what path I want to take, so I've been searching. After comprehending the rules, Zichen could break through to the Earth origin boundary at any time. However, every time he wanted to break through, he would think about the words of the young man in the saint's burial ground. That was the advice left behind by the saint, and it had a deep meaning. Before he fully comprehended it, Zichen would not choose to break through. Then what are you going to do next? Xingdao Li asked again. Comprehend the law. Zichen said. What's the use of comprehending the law if you don't break through? I don't know, but if I comprehend more laws, I think I will know what path I need to take. Hearing this, Xingdao Li nodded and said seriously, Indeed, you can't choose the wrong path. Senior, what are your plans? Xingdao Li smiled and said, I don't have any plans. I'm an old man with no one to accompany me. Naturally, I can only go to the mortal world to gain experience. I'm leaving. See you next time. Saying this, Xingdao Li waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. After Xingdao Li left, the surrounding cultivators also left. But there were still some people who did not leave. The old bull looked back at the crowd and asked coldly, What? You've watched the show. Are you staying here to fight? Just in time. I don't have the inner core I got back then. I need some to fill it up. These people had been in seclusion for a very long time. Not a single one of them recognized Zichen. But at this moment, facing the old bull's provocation, they were not angry. Of course, it was not because they were afraid of the old bull, but because they were afraid of the heavenly origin realm cultivator who had disappeared earlier. They looked at Zichen and nodded kindly. Then they left. Those earthly origin realm beasts also disappeared. I comprehended the force of nature. At that time, I suddenly had a feeling that you were right beside me, right in front of my eyes. Did you also comprehend something? Zichen looked at Su Mengyao and asked. Su Mengyao nodded and said, Yes, I sensed all the laws you sensed. And because of the force of nature, I vaguely know what the ethereal in action Tao is. Saying this, Su Mengyao lowered her head and said apologetically, I'm afraid I can't accompany you now. I have to go into seclusion to comprehend. Now that you've comprehended the force of nature, it's time to gain experience in the mortal world. You can go into seclusion now. Take Longhu with you. I'll take the old bull. Zichen stroked Su Mengyao's hair and said. Su Mengyao naturally went into seclusion in the boundless sex castle of time. She brought Longhu back with her to accelerate time, hoping that he would wake up sooner. After Su Mengyao left, only the old bull and Zichen remained. Zi Qin put away the carriage. He didn't want the old bull to pull the carriage. He would ride the old bull to gain experience. However, before that, Zi Qin had to completely refine the 48 remaining laws. It took him 10 days to refine the laws. 10 days later, Zi Qin rode the old bull and left. After that, in the mortal world, there was a cultivator who rode a bull to gain experience. Zi Qin didn't have a clear goal for his own path, so he told the old bull to wander around the mortal world and comprehend wherever it went. During this time, Zi Qin didn't deliberately become a merchant, nor did he continue to open a shop. Instead, he walked in the mortal world as a bystander. Over 100 years had passed, but the war between humans and demons in the sacred region still hadn't ended. In the entire cultivation world of the Tianwu continent, some of the older generation gradually hid themselves and comprehended the laws, while some of the younger generation rose to prominence. Among them, the one who rose to fame the fastest was naturally the acting sect leader of the Wuji sect, Sun Ling. As a woman, she was very strong and supported the entire Wuji sect. She had the demeanor of Zi Qin back then. Moreover, as Zi Qin's first disciple, she had learned the cultivation method recorded in the 3 pages Heavenly Book. Coupled with the cultivation of many resources, she had almost no weaknesses. Apart from Ling, Lei Ling and Qin Feng also became famous in the Tianwu continent. Most of their fame came from killing demons. In the entire cultivation world of the Tianwu continent, there was no internal strife. Everyone was united and launched an all-out counterattack against the demons. For a time, the invading demons were in imminent danger. Helpless, the demons could only continue to increase their troops in the demon world. At the same time, they began to mobilize human cultivators under their jurisdiction to stop the human forces' attacks. The battle between the cultivators of the Tianwu continent became more and more intense. However, this had nothing to do with Zi Qin. He was just a mortal now. He rode the old bull into a mortal city. Chapter 1161. Being stopped by the guard, Zi Qin, who was riding on the back of the old bull, had doubts on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" The guard pointed to a place not far away and said, "The recruitment is over there." "Recruitment? I don't plan to recruit." The guard, who originally had a good attitude, immediately showed displeasure on his face and said, "If a good man doesn't want to be a soldier and protect the country, what's the use of living in this world?" Protect the country? Is there going to be a war? Recently, the Qin state has been harassing the people at the border. His Majesty the Emperor has decided to recruit troops to attack the Qin state and save the people of the Tang Empire from the fire and water. As a man of the Tang Empire, shouldn't you contribute to the Tang Empire? A good man should be loyal to the country and serve the country. Zi Qin responded loudly, "Good warrior, please." Hearing this, the guard's attitude towards Zi Qin changed greatly. He admired him very much. Zi Qin rode the old bull and went to the recruitment office. There were already a lot of people here. There were rich young masters dressed in brocade and some mountain people. They had different identities and backgrounds, but their expressions of loyalty to the country were the same. These people were very curious when they saw Zi Qin riding the bull. They wondered if this person was going to ride the bull to fight. Sure enough, when Zi Qin walked to the recruitment office and explained the purpose of his visit, everyone was incomparably stunned. "Little brother, are you joking?" A young officer looked at Zi Qin and smiled. "Of course I'm not joking. I want to protect the country and ride the bull to fight." Zi Qin's words were sonorous and powerful. There was a roar of laughter all around, but everyone looked at Zi Qin with admiration. If all the men of the Tang Empire were like this, then the destruction of the Qin state would be just around the corner. The young officer smiled and said, "It's good that you have this intention, but it's the first time I've heard of riding the bull to fight. Moreover, the speed of the bull is slow. It can be used for farming, but it can't be used to kill the enemy. How about this? You give us the bull and we'll give you money. When you go to the battlefield, we'll give you a war horse that can fight." When he heard these words, the old bull looked at the young military officer with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the same time, he released a chee sound towards the young military officer. "Your bull has quite the temper." The young officer laughed. The others also laughed when they heard this. "Of course he has a temper. He is many times stronger than a war horse, but you said that he is not as good as a war horse, so he is naturally angry." Conscription in a foreign land was extremely boring. Unlike conscription in other places, where people would give gifts, banquets, and endless benefits, conscription here was to recruit loyal soldiers for the country. They would even give some subsidies to the soldiers in advance. At this moment, when the bored crowd saw Zichen riding the bull, it was as if they had seen a clown, and they all surrounded him. The young officer asked again, "You said that your cow is stronger than a war horse. Can you broaden our horizons?" "That's right. Let's broaden our horizons." The other officers beside him also spoke up. "If I can prove it, what benefits will I get?" Zichen asked. The young officer thought about it seriously and then said with a smile, "If you can really prove that your cow is better than a war horse in all aspects, then we will allow you to bring your cow to the battlefield and give it twice the rations it deserves." "All right, you can bring a war horse over." Soon, a war horse was brought over. Although the horse was very tall, it was obviously an old horse and was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Clearly, they had taken into consideration that their opponent was a bull. They wanted to compete, but they also did their best to show fairness. Zichen looked at these officers again. His impression of them had greatly improved. As expected, only in the army at the basic level would there be such cute people. The old horse was led by a soldier. However, before it could reach the old bull, it immediately collapsed on the ground after being glared at by the old bull. It was as if it had received some kind of shock and its entire body was trembling. Such a scene made the expressions of the surrounding people change. These young officers were even more incredulous. Although it was an old horse, it had come down from the battlefield after all. It had seen a lot of life and death and had changed owners many times. It had nothing else but courage. However, after being glared at by the bull, it was scared to this extent. "How is it?" Zichen looked at the young officer and asked. The young officer put away his incredulous expression and shook his head, saying, "Little brother, fighting at the front line is not like other things. There are many aspects to consider. Being able to scare off a war horse does not prove anything." Zichen heard and nodded, saying, "How about this? I will let the bull run one round. There is no need to compete anymore." Poor old bull. As a mighty warrior of the Earth Prime, it had already broken away from the ranks of demonic beasts. As long as it held its breath, it could destroy the so-called Qin Kingdom. However, today it was used as a beast. Moreover, it had to show that it was working very hard. "Go, run one round first." Zichen glanced at the old bull and said, "Moo." The old bull roared. Like a war horse, it raised its front hooves high and then stepped on the ground, rushing forward. Boom! With this step, the earth trembled. Everyone's body shook and they almost fell down. Under the stunned expression of everyone, the old bull rolled up a cloud of dust and disappeared from everyone's sight. What kind of speed is this? I am sure this is really a bull and not a leopard. Looking at the old bull that disappeared in the blink of an eye, everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Holding the table in front of him, the young officer did not fall down. He was also shocked by the old bull's speed. Smoke and dust swept, and the old bull came back again. The sound of hooves fell like 10,000 horses galloping. After arriving in front of Zichen, he stopped directly. The way he stopped was still raising his front hooves high and then suddenly landing on the ground. The ground continued to tremble. The old bull's front hooves were deeply in the ground. Then, with the old bull's front hooves as the center, the ground cracked. This crack spread directly to the front and spread to the feet of the young officer. Bang! As the crack stopped, the table in front of the young officer suddenly exploded. The surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Everyone's shocked expression had turned into horror. How is it? Is my bull stronger than a warhorse? Zi Chen's voice woke everyone up from their shock. Strong, much stronger. It can be called a divine bull. The young officer and the soldiers around him nodded repeatedly. The young officer, who spoke, first came back to his senses. He looked at Zi Chen and felt that this person was very extraordinary. So he said, "With this bull, you can decide the outcome of a small battle. It is a pity to let you be a soldier. I will make an exception and appoint you as a centurion. With this bull, you should be able to deal with some unexpected situations." Zi Chen became a centurion as soon as he came up. The eyes of the people around him were full of envy. There was only envy and no jealousy because they did not have a divine bull. Unexpectedly, when Zi Chen heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to be an officer. I just want to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. I want to be a pawn that kills the enemy." Zi Chen's words puzzled everyone, but there was no doubt that he won a lot of respect. The young officer who admired Zi Chen looked at Zi Chen with admiration at this moment. "My name is Chen Lu. Little brother, please report your name to register," the young officer said. "My name is Zi Chen." In the mortal world, Zi Chen did not have any fame, so he was not worried about attracting attention after announcing his name. In this way, Zi Chen joined the Tang Empire's army and trained with the army. With the foundation of a cultivator, Zi Chen learned very quickly. Every movement was done very well. Moreover, because he was connected with the old bull, he was better at controlling the old bull than some old cavalrymen were at controlling war horses. During the training, Zi Chen was appreciated. Zi Chen wanted to promote him to a centurion many times, but he was rejected by Zi Chen. Zi Chen came to gain experience and to kill the enemy to understand the rules. Naturally, he did not need to be an official. After 2 months of training, Zi Chen's group was arranged to the front line. The Qin had started the war in advance. In just 2 months, the Tang Empire had lost a lot of territory. After half a month of rapid marching, this batch of soldiers arrived at the front line. After 3 days of reorganization, the Qin army came. The entire cavalry formation was more than 10,000, and the soldiers were all wearing the same armor. Zi Chen was very inconspicuous, but the old bull he was riding was really a big highlight. In addition, his position in the first row attracted not only the enemy's attention, but also the other cavalrymen on his side. Seeing someone riding an ox to fight, the Qin army laughed and asked if the Tang Empire had lost again and again and had no choice but to use the old bull to make up the numbers. In the face of this ridicule, the Tang soldiers did not respond, but sneered in their hearts. Wait until you suffer a loss from the old bull. Then you will know that the Tang Empire has no war horses. Compared to the old bull, war horses are nothing. The horn sounded, and Zi Chen's first battle as a soldier began. Old bull did not immediately charge forward. Instead, he followed the first row of war horses and moved forward together. Zi Chen wore the armor of a normal soldier and held a long sword that could be said to be of extremely poor quality. He charged towards the enemy just like that. His perfect body was completely restrained by him. Zi Chen became an ordinary person. He would be injured by weapons, but he would recover faster than others after being injured. The cavalry began to charge. Soon, many of their compatriots in the first batch fell. Zi Chen rushed in with his saber. Apart from Zi Chen's bravery, the old bull did not fall when facing all kinds of tripping ropes. This was also a main reason. Zi Chen, who charged into the enemy group, became the nightmare of the Qin people. This battle was naturally won by the Tang Empire. Thousands of corpses were left on the battlefield. Zi Chen's body was covered in blood. There were more than 10 scars on his body. After the battle ended, He rode on the old bull and looked at the corpses on the ground with mixed emotions. Compared to the cruelty of a battle in the mortal world that would result in tens of thousands of casualties, the casualties in a battle in the world of cultivators were nothing. In this battle, Zichen had undoubtedly killed the most enemies. He was qualified to be promoted, but he still refused. Then, in the following battle, he held the long saber with a few notches and rode the old bull to the forefront of killing the enemy. When the two sides fought, there were naturally victories and losses. However, no matter how seriously injured Zichen was, he could always survive. This was almost a miracle for the Tang Empire's army. As the battle continued, Zichen's heroic deeds gradually spread throughout the Tang Empire. Everyone knew that there was a veteran ox rider who had made many contributions to the Tang Empire on the front lines. Chapter 1162. In the past 3 years, Zichen was injured countless times and killed countless enemies. 3 years ago, the people of the Qin state laughed at the old ox and the Tang state for not having a warhorse, so they pulled an old ox to make up the numbers. But in the following 3 years, the old ox rider became a lingering nightmare in their hearts. 3 years later, for Zichen, killing people has become a habit. He clearly saw the enemies fall one by one. He looked more carefully and seriously than when he killed the cultivators. And in the past 3 years, Zichen always felt that he understood something, but unfortunately he always lacked an epiphany. Puff! The blade fell, and a head flew up. The expression on the head was still stunned. The warhorse neighed and fell back with the soldier's body. Zichen rode the old ox and rushed into the enemy camp. Holding a brand new long blade, he cut off the heads of the enemy cavalry one by one. This was the 8th ordinary long blade Zichen changed, and this was the 4th year he was here. In the past 4 years, 80% of the comrades who followed him to kill the enemy on the front line have died, and more than half of the remaining 20% have been promoted. The young officer Chen Lu was even promoted to deputy general. In this year, the Tang army not only recovered all the lost land, but also began to launch a counterattack against the Qin army. In this year, many of the people around Zichen became centurions and then chiliarchs. Even his comrades from many years ago have become captains. In this year, Zichen still did not understand the rules. It was also in this year that Zichen's immediate superior changed 3 centurions. These 3 people did not die on the battlefield, but all of them were promoted. In the 5th year, the battle continued, and Zichen was still monotonously killing people. The 6th year was still the same. In the past 6 years, the number of people he killed has exceeded the total number of people he killed in his many years of cultivation. On the battlefield, he was like an executioner on the battlefield, leaving no survivors under his blade. In the past 6 years, Zichen's immediate superior changed one after another, and his comrades either died or left. The only one who did not change was Zichen, the old ox. Reports of victory kept coming in from the battlefield, and the deeds of the bull-riding veterans kept coming in. In the 7th year, a new chief general came to the army. The chief general had a great background, and in order to pursue military merits, he signaled for the old bull-riding soldier to go to the battlefield. Zichen followed the 100 cavalrymen and charged towards the enemy. For the past 7 years, the Qin army hated this old man. Whenever they saw him, they would charge at him. Soon, the cavalry from both sides clashed, and the Qin army completely surrounded Zichen's 100-man team. Kill our way out. Reinforcements will be here soon. Zichen, who had a few more wounds on his body, shouted loudly. He waved the long saber in his hand again, and heads rolled down one after another. When they charged forward, they had already made it clear that their team was the bait. Behind him, the rest of the cavalry gathered and formed a charging formation, unwaveringly following Zichen closely. Surround him, don't let him escape. 3rd Battalion, 5th Battalion, quickly surround him. As long as we kill this bull rider, the Tang soldiers will not be a threat. The chief general of the Qin army commanded, and as the flag waved, groups of cavalrymen surrounded Zichen. This was Zichen's 7th year on the battlefield. Although he was a small frontline soldier, his prestige had reached the peak. Among the Tang soldiers, the soldiers could refuse to obey the chief general from the capital, but no one refused to obey Zichen. For the past 7 years, he had always been at the front and at the back. He had become a symbol, like a Tang flag, standing on the battlefield for 7 years without falling. As long as Zichen did not die, the Tang flag would not fall. No matter how difficult the battle was, they had the confidence to fight and win. In the past 7 years, the Qin army had been defeated again and again. Therefore, the Qin army wanted to kill Zichen. In every battle, they would send out many cavalrymen to surround Zichen, but they did not succeed. This time the battle was extremely tragic. Zichen rushed forward, and the cavalrymen behind him fell one by one. They believed in Zichen and believed that they could win this battle. In the end, a group of 100 people rushed out of the encirclement, but only 7 people were left. "We are out." Out of the 7 people, 2 of them fell to the ground after charging out and never got up again. As for the other 5, they were killed by the arrows that had been waiting for a long time. Out of the 100 people, only Zichen was left. The 100 cavalrymen were all dead. Zichen looked back at the corpses of his fellow soldiers that were quickly trampled by the enemy cavalrymen. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he rode back on the old bull. He had been in the mortal world for 7 years, and his body was once again tainted with the aura of the mortal world. In the past 7 years he had killed many people, but because of the presence of his fellow soldiers, his gradually cold heart still had a trace of warmth. But with the continuous outbreak of war, his fellow soldiers were dying one by one. Looking at Zichen riding away on the bull, a deputy general of the Qin kingdom said with annoyance, "Ah! We let him escape again." The general looked at Zichen's back, but a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He said, "He did escape, but we won. We won, but he is still alive. Fighting is never about force, but wisdom," the general said, pointing to his head. Zichen rode back on the old bull with bruises all over his body. There was obviously an uncontrollable anger on his face. He went directly to the place where the commander was. It was the first time that the soldiers had seen Zichen so angry. There was a strange look on their faces. Because he was a veteran, although he did not have any authority, everyone knew that his many years of accumulation of military achievements were enough for him to be in a very high position. No one stopped Zichen. Zichen went all the way and met a commander halfway. It was the young officer of that year, Chen. Looking at Chen, Zichen asked angrily, "Didn't we agree that I would be the bait and you would send reinforcements? Why didn't you send reinforcements in the end?" 7 years had passed, and the young officer had become steady and mature. In the face of Zichen's question, he explained, "The time was not right. The Qin army was on guard." "Bullshit. You are afraid of death." Zichen raised his voice a lot, which immediately attracted the attention of many soldiers. In the past 7 years, Zichen had accumulated a lot of military achievements for the Tang Empire. In addition to the number of people he had killed, he had also obtained countless strange achievements. When all the soldiers admired him, when the whole Tang Empire praised him, the high-level officials of the Tang Empire naturally knew this wonderful man who only knew how to fight, but did not need to be promoted. Such a person would not be admired in the officialdom, and the evaluation of Zichen was only that of a wonderful man. It was because of the existence of such a wonderful man that in the past 4 years, Zichen's immediate superior had changed one after another, and each of them had hurriedly stayed here for a few months before accumulating enough military achievements to be promoted. The battlefield where Zichen was at had almost become the place where many of the second-generation officials gained experience and gilded themselves. And this time, Zi Chen's immediate superior was a young commander with a high military rank. Of course, his background was even higher, and he was very arrogant. But in the past 7 years of fighting, Zi Chen had seen many good-for-nothing commanders. In his view, this was another good-for-nothing commander. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn and leave. Inside the commander's tent, a young commander who looked to be in his 20s threw a stack of papers onto the table with an ashen face. At the same time, he shouted, "Look, this is the flag representative you were talking about." In the past 7 years, just the number of times he left the battlefield alive alone is as high as 20 times. These 20 times, how many soldiers did he kill? Before you used him, did you check his background? He is a veteran bull rider who has made many military achievements for the Tang Empire. Bah! He is actually a spy of the Qin Empire. Look at these letters. If I had not detected it in advance, today's loss would not have been 100-men team, but the entire army. On the table were the number of comrades who had died fighting side by side with Zi Chen over the years, as well as the evidence that Zi Chen had colluded with the Qin Empire to kill his comrades. The commander was very angry, but in the tent, the other commanders who knew Zi Chen did not believe this. "Sir, this matter is full of doubts and needs to be thoroughly investigated," a commander said. "Zi Chen has killed countless enemies in the past 7 years. As for saying that he killed his comrades, I don't believe it at all," another commander said. Then many other commanders spoke. "What, do you mean that I am slandering him? The Hai family, who has been loyal to the Tang Empire for generations, is slandering a small soldier without any military rank." The young commander said coldly, "Sir, we don't mean that. Zi Chen was recruited by me. At that time, I appointed him as a centurion, but he was not willing. He just wanted to be a pawn. If he was a spy in the past 7 years with his military achievements, it would be enough to sit in the commander's position. But he did not. He has been killing enemies on the front line, and he is not even a centurion." Chen Lu got up and said. The other commanders nodded. "Commander Chen Lu, you may not know this, but this is where Zi Chen's brilliance lies. He became the lowest-ranked soldier, but in reality he was just trying to fool others and kill our soldiers. Otherwise, why didn't he want to be a centurion after 7 years? Could it be that there are people in this world who don't like to be generals?" One of the commanders who came with the commander said, "If he is really a spy, he can just be the commander and let the whole army die. When the time comes, he just needs to find an excuse and say that he suffered a defeat." Chen Lu said angrily, "This kind of thing happened to many gilded officials in the past 7 years. Yes, I don't believe that Zi Chen is a spy. If he is a spy, then there is no one loyal in the Tang Empire." Another commander said indifferently. After getting the evidence, the Hai family had invited them over to see their attitude. Now that their attitude has been made clear, they motioned for everyone to leave. "Sir, this matter is very unfavorable for us. It seems that Zi Chen's prestige in the army is quite high." After everyone left, a young commander said, "The evidence is irrefutable. We just need to deal with him according to the law." The commander snorted and said disdainfully, "He is just a small soldier. What prestige does he have? As long as we kill people with military orders, who in the army will dare to rebel? Tomorrow I will leave these guys to you. Don't let them get in the way. Yes, this subordinate knows what to do." The next day, the commanders who reacted the most violently were removed from their positions for dereliction of duty. Chapter 1163. Just after the generals were dismissed, the news that Zi Chen was a spy of the Qin and a traitor of the Tang spread. How is it possible that Zi Chen is a spy? Who is Zi Chen? You must be new. You don't even know Zi Chen. Zi Chen is a veteran bull rider. What? A veteran bull rider is a spy? How is that possible? He was a soldier for the Tang Empire for 7 years and killed countless soldiers of the Qin Empire. The news quickly spread in the barracks. Brother Zichin, someone said that you are a spy. Zichin, who was recuperating, had his door broken open. A soldier rushed in, looking very anxious and flustered. What's the hurry? Speak slowly. Zichin glanced at the person and said faintly, I say, Brother Zichin, how can you still be so calm at this time? Outside, people are saying that you are a spy of the Tang Empire, a traitor. What? Saying that I am a spy, a traitor? Zichin heard clearly, and there was a touch of surprise on his face. Yes, the news came from the main general's tent. There's absolutely no mistake. It's the new Hai family's main general. He wants to mess with you. Big Brother Zichin. It was Lord Chunlu who arranged for me to come. He said that you should quickly leave and hide outside for a while. I have already arranged a way out for you. The young adjutant said. Yes, Brother Zichin, our commander said that you can't beat them. They don't need evidence to kill you. He wants you to go out and hide for a few days. Everything will be decided when the commander comes back. Behind the young adjutant, there were several people. Some of them were sent by the generals, and some didn't believe that Zichin was a spy and came to report. Zichin's stunned expression gradually turned cold. After 7 years, he also had the appearance of a ruffian soldier. He spat on the ground and laughed coldly. I originally thought he was just an idiot, but I didn't expect him to have some skills. Others use me as a stepping stone to steal my battle achievements. Good fellow, this guy is even more ruthless. He is obviously killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He directly wants to take my life. Brother Zichin, there is no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Zichin waved his hand and said, I'm not leaving, at least not now. You want me to die, right? Then let's see who's going to die first. Brother Zichin, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked by the domineering Zichin. What am I doing? What else can I do? I'll kill whoever wants me dead. Brother Zichin, are you crazy? That's the commander, a member of the Hai family. The Hai family is a big family in the Tang Empire. Their power is intricate, and they are related to the imperial family. Everyone was afraid that Zichin didn't know about the Hai family, so they quickly explained. Zichin disdainfully said, Commander, he is not even a fart in my eyes. As for the Hai family, they are at most a fart. As soon as Zichin's voice fell, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the door. What are you all doing here? Everyone was still in shock when a group of soldiers walked into the tent. The commander took out a military order and said to Zichin, Zichin, right? We have some questions. I hope you will come with me. Zichin looked at the commander indifferently. Under the escort of the soldiers, he followed the commander and left. What should we do? When everyone saw Zichin leave, they didn't know what to do. I don't believe that Brother Zichin is a spy. Let's spread this matter throughout the camp. Although the commander is not here, as long as there is a mutiny, I don't believe that the commander will dare to kill. Yes, let's go. These people rushed out one after another, wanting to use a mutiny to save Zichin. However, they were too young, or perhaps they had never been in a high position before, so they didn't know the style of a high position. For them, killing people was the easiest thing to do. In their eyes, the law was used to kill people. Zichin had just been brought to the main general's tent when the main general's personal guards surrounded the tent in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Hearing the footsteps outside, Zichin just smiled coldly. In the tent, in addition to the young commander, there were 3 other commanders. 2 of them were brought here by him, and the other one was from the army. However, he believed that Zichin was a spy, so he stayed behind to be a witness. Zichin knew this person. 2 years ago, when the Qin state broke into a city, this person followed the army and rushed into the city. Then he secretly broke into a house and wanted to use force on one of the people in the house. Someone found out and told Zichin. At that time, this person was Zichin's superior centurion. When Zichin felt it, he jumped down from the back of the old bull without saying anything. With a slap, he broke half of the centurion's teeth and made him faint. 2 years later, the centurion was now a commander, and Zichen was still a small pawn killing the enemy on the front line. In addition to the 4 generals, there were also more than 10 guards in the field. They were all the guards of the Hai family. There were also 2 fellows wearing long robes. Zichen only glanced at the other party indifferently, and he was able to see through them. Zichen, do you know that you are guilty? Seeing that Zichen entered the tent, not only did he not feel fear, but he also sneered and looked around. A touch of displeasure appeared on the Hai family's commander's face as he coldly shouted, "If going to the battlefield to kill the enemy is a crime, then I know that I am guilty." Zichen said lightly, "Humph, you are a spy of the Qin state." Next to him, a commander said, "Where is the evidence?" Zichen glanced at the other side. A stack of paper was thrown in front of Zichen. Zichen bent down to pick it up and roughly looked at it. "This is the evidence. What else do you have to say?" The commander asked coldly. "These are my fellow soldiers. They are all warriors who died on the battlefield. But today, you put these deaths on my head. Don't tell me that people don't die on the battlefield." Looking at this extremely absurd evidence, Zichen couldn't help but sneer. "And these are just one-sided letters written by the Qin state. Except for my name, they have nothing to do with me. Can this be regarded as evidence? If you believe this kind of thing, then I can casually get thousands of them and then charge you with the crime of being a spy. The evidence is irrefutable. You are still quibbling and slandering the Lord. Come on, take him down." The commander shouted, and several guards came forward. "Wait," Zichen suddenly said. "What? Are you ready to admit your crime?" The commander, who was knocked unconscious by Zichen, sneered. Zichen shook his head and said, "I am not guilty. Naturally, I will not admit it. I just want to ask you a question." Zichen looked at the Hai family's commander. "What do you want to ask?" The Hai family's commander asked. Zichen said, "I have served the Tang Empire for 7 years. I have killed countless enemies and made outstanding military achievements. Over the years, many people have climbed up step by step because of my military achievements. I think you should also know this. But what puzzles me is that I am a soldier who serves the country and doesn't ask for any reward. Why do you want to kill me? Because you are a spy. Whether I am a spy or not, you know best in your heart. What I want to ask is it really worth it to kill me, a soldier who is loyal to the country? Although I dare not say that I have won all the battles over the years, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive and stay on the front line, the people of the Tang Empire will not have to worry about the invasion of the Qin state. They will be able to live a peaceful life. But why do you want to abandon the interests of the people and put me to death?" The Hai family's commander sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You can guarantee that the people of the Tang Empire will live a good life. What's the use of your guarantee? You are a spy. If you stay in the Tang Empire, more people will die in the future." Zichen waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about this question for the time being. Then I can ask, what benefits did the Qin state give you to kill me through your hands?" When everyone in the field heard this, their expressions all changed. "You are a spy of the Qin state. Don't talk nonsense here. How can the dignified Hai family of the Tang Empire collude with the Qin state? Come on, take him for me." The Hai family's commander said angrily. "Wait, I still have one last question." Zichen shouted. "Ask. What I want to ask is, do you think that I am a spy? Is it your own idea or the idea of everyone in the Hai family?" After asking this question, Zichen stared at the Hai family's commander. His originally calm eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The Hai family's commander actually felt the pressure in an instant. He didn't know how to answer. Zichen said, "Think carefully before you answer. If it's just you, then the only one who will be implicated is you. If it's the entire Hai family, then I'm afraid the entire Hai family will be implicated. If things go wrong, then such a big family will disappear overnight." The High Family's commander's face changed again and again, but in the end he said fiercely, "You are a spy of the Qin state. Now that there are witnesses and material evidence, not only do you not repent, you even dare to threaten me. Come on, take him for me. If he resists, kill him on the spot." The guards next to him suddenly pulled out their swords and rushed toward Ziqin. Looking at this posture, they didn't want to take him, but directly kill him on the spot. Ziqin sneered. His figure flashed and directly hit a guard. At the same time, he hit the guard's wrist. The guard felt pain and his wrist loosened, and the sword fell. Ziqin took the opportunity to hold the long sword and turned around to slash. Puff! The guard's head was instantly cut off. Ziqin had been killing people for 7 years. All of his movements had become very natural. After killing a person with one slash, Ziqin held the sword and slashed again, just like how he usually did on the back of the old ox. Before the guard's weapon reached him, the sword in his hand had already swept across the guard's neck and a head fell. Ziqin only killed people by cutting off their heads. Puff! 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 There were 3 more sounds, and 3 more people's heads were cut off. Blood sprayed in the big tent. After that, there was the sound of weapons colliding and the sound of heads being cut off. Ziqin held the sword and looked calm. He cut down the guards one by one and walked towards the High Family's commander step by step. The High Family's commander stared at Ziqin indifferently. His eyes were like looking at a dead man. Ziqin cut down the last guard and walked in front of the High Family's commander. "Among mortals, you are very brave, but..." Without waiting for the High Family's commander to finish speaking, Ziqin sneered, "You want to say that you are a cultivator, a high existence, and you don't put me in your eyes at all, right?" The High Family's commander's expression suddenly changed. The other 3 generals felt that something was wrong. 2 people in robes immediately flashed in front of the High Family's commander. Ziqin sneered, "Before killing me, didn't the people of the Qin state tell you how many cultivators they have sent to kill me over the years?" With that, Ziqin held the sword and slashed towards the 2 people in robes in front of him. Chapter 1164. Although this was the mortal world, as long as one was in the Tianmu continent, there would be cultivators. In the Tang Empire, there was a cultivator like Ziqin, so naturally there would be other cultivators. The Qin Empire was naturally the same. The people of the Qin Empire hated Ziqin to death, so naturally they would not let go of the opportunity to kill Ziqin. Thus, during the war, they sent cultivators to kill Ziqin several times. The result was naturally a failure, but the Qin Empire still did not find the reason for the failure. This was because in the army the cavalry riding horses were very strong, and even cultivators were not enough. They were not sure whether Ziqin was a cultivator or not, and their own cultivators failed to assassinate him. So the people of the Qin Empire thought of this method to kill Ziqin. The High Family head wanted to kill Ziqin with the accusation of being a spy, but who would have thought that Ziqin would actually resist? Fortunately, he was prepared and found cultivators. The 2 people wearing long robes were both cultivators. However, cultivators who openly stayed in the mortal world and enjoyed the worship of mortals. How strong could they be? Puff! Puff! Ziqin held the long saber in his hand, and the saber light flashed twice in front of him. Just like before, the 2 cultivators' heads were cut off, leaving their bodies. They died. The 2 died with a stunned and puzzled expression on their faces, as if they could not believe that their heads were cut off just like that. The High Family head's 2 biggest supporters were beheaded on the spot. Looking at the 2 people lying in a pool of blood, the High Family head's face was filled with horror. He looked at Ziqin as if he had seen a ghost. "Someone come! Someone come! Ziqin is rebelling. Ziqin is having breakfast." The other 3 generals finally reacted and shouted loudly outside the tent. The tent was torn open in an instant, and guards with spears in their hands barged in, surrounding Zichen from all directions. "Put down your weapons." "Quickly stop." Seeing the corpses on the ground, their faces changed, and they shouted at Zichen. Zichen sneered, holding the long saber and chopping again. Poof! A general's head rolled off and fell to the ground. Pooh! Another general was beheaded. He died with his eyes wide open. Blood continued to spurt out. There was blood on Zichen's body, and there was also blood on the Hai family's head general. However, Zichen, who was covered in blood, was as calm as a demon. As for the Hai family's head general, he was scared out of his wits. Pooh! The third high-ranking officer also fell in front of the Hai family's head general. That head that rolled down scared the Hai family's head general. Although he was the head general, he rarely went to the battlefield. When had he ever seen such a killing method? It was already very good that he did not faint from fright. After killing the third high-ranking officer, Zichen picked up the Hai family's high-ranking officer like a chicken and walked outside. Around them, the personal guards of the Hai family's patriarch made way for them in fear and followed closely behind. Zichen walked outside, and when the soldiers saw this scene, their expressions changed, and they all ran over. "Zichen, what are you doing?" One of the captains shouted. "Didn't you see that he was killing people?" Zichen said coldly. "Quickly let go of the head general." "Yes, quickly let go of the head general." "Zichen, do you know what you are doing?" "Zichen, you are crazy. That is a person from the Hai family." Zichen walked forward with the Hai family's patriarch in tow. He encountered a few captain-level existences. The other party spoke one after another, but Zichen did not speak. Zichen dragged the Hai family's patriarch directly to the drill ground. There were already many soldiers gathered there. They shouted that Zichen was not a spy, and at the same time they were waiting for more soldiers to gather. Then they would go to the head general's tent to rescue Zichen. However, they did not expect that in just a moment, Zichen would actually come out with the head general. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Zichen walked to the stage of the drill ground. As for the personal guards, they immediately surrounded the stage and pointed the tips of their weapons at Zichen. After such a commotion, many people followed Zichen and ran here. Some people heard the news and were rushing here. In just a short time, almost all the soldiers in Zichen's army had arrived. Some of them knew that Zichen had started a massacre in the head general's tent. After quietly spreading the news, it caused an uproar. As expected of the bull-riding veteran that made the Qin state extremely fearful. He really has guts. Killing 3 generals in a row, more than a dozen personal guards of the commander-in-chief, and now holding a knife to the commander-in-chief's neck. While everyone was shocked by Zichen's courage, they also felt endless admiration in their hearts. Zichen quickly put down the knife. "Yes, put down the knife, put down the head general." Around them, other people who had a good relationship with Zichen tried to persuade him. Zichen ignored them. Instead, he looked down at the soldiers and said loudly, "This guy said that I am a spy, and he wants to execute me on the spot. Do you believe that I am a spy?" "I don't believe it." A very loud voice came from below. Zichen had bravely killed the enemy for 7 years. Only a fool would believe that he was a spy. Zichen continued loudly, "That's right. You don't believe that I'm a spy, and I know that you don't either. We're fellow soldiers, brothers who've been killing enemies for years. This bastard, he just arrived, but he took out a bunch of groundless evidence and said that he wanted to kill me without mercy." When the surrounding crowd heard this, they felt indignant for Zichen. "I, Zichen, have served the Tang Empire for 7 years. In 7 years, I have killed countless enemies and injured countless people. I never asked for promotion. I just wanted to kill the enemy and protect the country. But what did I get in return? I got the identity of a spy. No one interrogated me, and they wanted to kill me." The people around were silent. Zichen's contributions were obvious to everyone. For 7 years he killed countless enemies, but he was still a soldier. Today it's me. If I don't resist and die like this, it may be your turn in the future. In the future, he will find a way to kill all the meritorious people. These idiots don't know how to fight. They only know how to attack and harm their own people. Tell me, do you think such people deserve to die? They deserve to die. The loud voice sounded again. Putting themselves in Zi-Chen's shoes, they had the same concerns. Furthermore, the one on the stage was Zi-Chen, and the one who had killed was also Zi-Chen. They were all hot-blooded soldiers, and after being provoked by Zi-Chen, they were not afraid at all. Hearing these words, the centurions, chiliarchs, and even majors were scared silly. Zi-Chen, everything can be discussed. Yes, this may be a misunderstanding. Lord Commander may have been instigated by others. These are all misunderstandings. It's fine as long as the misunderstandings are cleared up. These people spoke one after another. Zi-Chen had caused such a big commotion. The generals who had been dismissed were released and stood in the distance to watch. However, no one wanted to go forward and save the Hai family's general. Obviously, they also hated this Hai family's general. Misunderstanding. Zi-Chen, this is a misunderstanding. I was deceived. The Hai family's general was too frightened. His face was pale, and his voice was trembling. But how could Zi-Chen believe him? If he left today, he might be punished with a bigger crime tomorrow. So today he would kill him first. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to fight, and it doesn't matter if you want to attack, but you can't help outsiders harm your own people. Today you kill me. Tomorrow you will kill others for profit. In the future, you will kill many loyal people. At that time, everyone will be in danger, and no one will dare to work for the country. The country will be destroyed, and the people will be displaced. Zi-Chen looked at the Hai family's general and said, "You are not harming me, but the whole country, the whole people. So, in order to prevent this from happening, I can only send you on your way." After saying this, Zi-Chen raised his long sword and fiercely chopped down. Pooh! With a flash of light, the head fell. On the drill ground, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Outside, the group of generals left in silence. In the distance, the other generals and generals quietly watched the scene. A general said, "This Hai family's people are brainless. They want to kill Zi-Chen with the crime of being a spy. Only they can think of such a thing. This Zi-Chen is worthy of being an eccentric person who hasn't been promoted for 7 years. His temper is really strange. This Hai family's people are killed just like that. Killing the Hai family's people, whether they are spies or not, this person will be in trouble." Humph! What trouble can there be? The Hai family took advantage of the commander's return to the capital to kill a meritorious official. When the commander returns, he will naturally seek justice for Zi-Chen. This was an entire army. There were several generals in the army, but there was only one commander. The Hai family's people had landed on the front line, which made them dissatisfied. At this moment, seeing that the Hai family's leader was about to die, they were somewhat happy. After killing the Hai family's leader, it was reasonable to say that this matter was over. Then, in the next moment, a group of soldiers armed with crossbows rushed in. As soon as these soldiers came in, they surrounded Zi-Chen together with the Hai family's guards. Originally, Zi-Chen still had the Hai family's leader as a hostage. But now that the Hai family's leader was dead, he didn't even have a hostage. Zi-Chen looked at these soldiers who suddenly came in. They aimed their crossbows at Zi-Chen, but it could be seen that there was a lot of helplessness on their faces. "What are you doing? Zi-Chen is not a spy, but you still want to kill him." The other soldiers on the drill ground shouted, wanting to go forward. The general who came in with the soldiers suddenly took out a commander's seal and shouted, "Zi-Chen has offended his superiors and killed the Hai family's leader. This is a crime of rebellion. Now, Zi-Chen will be executed on the spot. Whoever dares to interfere will be punished, and their 9 generations will be exterminated." The words 9 generations will be exterminated scared everyone. Moreover, the other party had a commander's seal in his hand, so no one dared to move. The general held the commander's seal and looked back at Zichen, shouting, "Zichen, now I will give you a chance to surrender. If not, you will be killed without question, and your 9 generations will be exterminated." Zichen was furious when he heard this. "Kill your mother." The general's expression changed, and he shouted, "Release the arrows, kill the enemy." But as soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers holding crossbows did not have any reaction. The High family's guards wanted to attack, but Zichen had a knife in his hand, so they did not dare to go forward. Those who disobey military orders will have their 9 generations exterminated. Now, the general spoke again, but before the order was finished, there was a trembling sound. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly attacking. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw an old ox rushing in their direction at a very fast speed. "Exterminate your mother." An angry voice sounded. The old ox arrived in front of the general and provoked him. Chapter 1165. The general was lifted high into the air by the old bull. As he fell, his body was pierced by the bull's horn. The commander's seal that he was holding fell to the side, and no one cared about it. Without the commander's seal, the soldiers who were originally holding crossbows put down their crossbows. They were not willing to take action. As for the general's personal guards, they were at a loss at this moment. The field was filled with soldiers. The original leaders had all disappeared. "All right, everyone can disperse." Zichen waved his hand. The soldiers who had gathered dispersed. Naturally, someone would take care of the corpses. Zichen killed the general and then returned to his residence as if nothing had happened. Strangely, no one else in the entire military camp seemed to know about this matter. Time passed by peacefully. Because there was no general, the army that Zichen was in did not continue on the expedition. 10 days later, the general returned, fuming with anger. "General." A deputy general walked into the tent. It seemed that he had something to report. The general was an extremely dignified old man. After he sat down, he waved his hand and said, "No need to say anything. I already know. This is outrageous. They actually attacked my people while I was away." This matter had obviously spread to the imperial capital. Seeing the general's expression, the deputy general understood everything in his heart. Thus he asked carefully, "General, what did the imperial capital say?" "What else can they say? I don't believe that they can still label Zichen as a rebel." "Humph! That bunch of stupid people who only know how to fight among themselves and not how to fight a war. They sure have some tricks up their sleeves when it comes to scheming against their own people." After listening to the general's scolding for a while, the deputy general asked again, "The imperial capital won't really kill Zichen, will they?" "They dare. However, this matter is not so easy to resolve. They let Zichen stay at the front lines and no longer promote him." The deputy general heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This is not a big deal. For Zichen, it might be a good thing. After all, he has been at the front lines for 7 years and has rejected countless rewards." When the commander-in-chief heard this, his expression softened a little. He nodded and said, "The commander is dead. Qin Lu is appointed as the commander. Also, go and call Zichen over. We didn't protect him. I'll explain to him." A commander explaining to a little soldier. This sounded so inconceivable, but the deputy general didn't show any shock. After responding, he left the tent. After a while, Zichen arrived. He lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. "Commander, are you looking for me?" Zichen asked. The commander-in-chief looked at the calm Zichen with a hint of admiration on his face. "You can still be so calm after killing the High family's patriarch. Zichen, you are really special." Zichen laughed. "I didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who asked for it." After the High family knew about this, they were very angry. At the same time, they reported to His Majesty to sentence you to death and exterminate your 9 generations. The commander-in-chief looked at Zichen and said. The smile on Zichen's face disappeared. He said indifferently, they colluded with the Qin kingdom, and now they want to exterminate my 9 generations. They are really ruthless. You can rest assured that this is only the Hai family's attitude. However, the Tang Empire is not only the Hai family. The families of your previous superiors all came out to speak for you, so His Majesty decided not to pursue this matter. However, the premise is that you must stay at the front lines in the future and have no chance to be promoted. Zichen looked at the commander-in-chief and said, Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. He knew that the commander-in-chief must have put in a lot of effort for this matter. Okay, you can go out. The commander-in-chief waved his hand. When Zichen went out, the commander-in-chief kept looking at him. Over the years, as the commander-in-chief, he had seen Zichen many times, but he could not see through Zichen even once. There were 2 innate realm experts next to the Hai family's boy, but he killed one of them with a knife. If he was a mortal, why did he have such means? But if he was a cultivator, why couldn't I sense his aura? Just like before, he still couldn't see through Zichen. 5 days later, the battle with the Qin kingdom happened again. Seeing that the Tang Empire's army didn't have the bull-riding veteran, the Qin army cheered, and their morale rose instantly. After that, the 2 armies began to meet. After the melee, the Qin army's morale was high, but they didn't wait for this kind of battle to last long. They saw the bull-riding veteran coming from a distance and joining the battlefield. The Tang army cheered, and Zichen entered the battlefield and began to kill. In this battle and the battles after that, Zichen didn't advance with the army but killed alone. Puff! He sat on the back of the old bull, and the long knife in his hand slashed around, chopping off heads one by one. At the same time, the old bull was also rampaging, and from time to time, it would send the enemy's horses flying. The ox-riding veteran was still active on the battlefield. Initially, he was still in the vanguard, following the large army to kill. However, ever since he killed the Hai family's leader, the ox-riding veteran began to fight alone. On the battlefield, the bull-riding veteran became very lonely. Everyone thought that the bull-riding veteran was disappointed in the Tang Empire and the Tang army. In fact, Zichen felt that he could only achieve the effect of experience by killing alone. After the battle, Zichen dragged his tired and injured body back to the tent. Because he was very special, even though he was just a small soldier, Zichen enjoyed the accommodation and food treatment that only a general could have. Opening the curtain, Zichen frowned slightly, and the hand holding the long knife tightened. Then he walked into the tent. A cold knife light suddenly appeared behind Zichen, and the knife light contained substantial yuan energy fluctuations. Zichen didn't look back and only slashed behind him. The knife fell, and with a flash of light, the substantial knife light dissipated. After shattering the knife light, Zichen waved his knife again and slashed forward. The knife light that had just appeared in front of him was once again shattered by Zichen. At the same time, Zichen took 2 steps forward, dodging the 2 sword lights that came from the side. The long knife in his hand slashed forward again. There was no one around him, and there were only attacks that appeared out of nowhere. This looked very strange, but Zichen's expression was still calm. The knife he slashed forward cut the air, but with a puff sound, a head flew into the air and fell into the distance. Following that, a headless corpse that was spurting blood fell to the ground behind him. After killing one person, Zichen took a step back, then turned right and casually slashed forward. Another puff sound and another person's head was chopped off. After killing one person, Zichen turned left, took a step back, turned left again, and killed another person with his knife. After that, Zichen turned left again and killed another person with his knife. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 more bloody heads and 4 more corpses in the big tent. After indifferently glancing at these corpses, Zi-Chen went out to call people to deal with them. Looking at the corpses in the big tent, the soldiers were already used to it. In the past 2 years, such situations had happened from time to time. It was just that they didn't understand whether the people who came this time were from the Qin state or the Hai family. Yes, 2 years had passed, and Zi-Chen had been at the front line for 9 years. In the past 2 years, assassinations like this happened almost every month. Everyone cleaned the big tent at the fastest speed, and Zi-Chen went into the tent to rest. After a while, 4 heads appeared in the commander's tent. Looking at the bloody heads, the commander said indifferently, "Put it on the account, and we'll settle it when the time comes." The deputy nodded. "This assassination is completely over here. Maybe one day someone will reopen this matter, and maybe they will stay in the file until they disappear." In the 10th year of the glory of the veteran bull riding soldiers, most of the territory of the Qin state has become the Tang state. On the battlefield, the commander of the Qin state looked at Zi-Chen from a distance, and he couldn't wait to swallow his flesh, drink his blood, and gnaw his bones. "Kill, today, no matter what, we must kill him." In the past 10 years, the commander of the Qin state has said this sentence many times, but Zi-Chen has lived for 10 years. It was still the same old routine. Many of the cavalrymen scattered, abandoning the other Tang soldiers and attacking Zi-Chen. In the past 10 years, the people of the Qin state gradually found a situation. If the cultivators went to kill Zi-Chen, they would die without a doubt, and they could not hurt Zi-Chen. On the contrary, those ordinary soldiers could hurt Zi-Chen every time and make him seriously injured. "Kill him," a cavalry captain shouted. Everyone surrounded Zi-Chen. The latter's expression was calm, and he continued to swing his sword. As the cavalry fell, Zi-Chen's wounds were getting more and more. In this battle, they still did not kill Zi-Chen, and the Qin state suffered heavy losses. The horn of retreat sounded, and the people of the Qin state were unwilling to retreat. Zi-Chen stood in the field and listened to the cheers of the Tang army. "Hey!" Looking at the retreat of the Qin state, Zi-Chen's face suddenly showed unwillingness, because he felt that he was only a little away from enlightenment. "Let's go!" So Zi-Chen shouted and motioned the old ox to catch up. He couldn't let the Qin army retreat. He wanted to kill. Zi-Chen was scarred and seriously injured. He suddenly left the team and rushed toward the Qin army. This scene was unexpected and shocking. What is Zi-Chen doing? On the Tang army's side, all the soldiers were very puzzled. They didn't understand why Zi-Chen still chased after the Qin army. The old ox was very fast, rolling up smoke and dust, and disappeared at the end of the line of sight in an instant. Not good! Zi-Chen went to chase the Qin army. "Hurry up and report to the commander. Go and find the commander-in-chief." Zi-Chen rushed to the Qin army alone, causing chaos in the Tang army. When the news of the commander-in-chief's attack was passed, Zi-Chen had disappeared. On the other hand, when the Qin state saw Zi-Chen rushing over alone, the anger that had been accumulating for 10 years finally exploded. Kill. Many cavalry returned. In addition to the cavalry, there were many soldiers surrounding Zi-Chen. The entire encirclement was dozens of layers. Zi-Chen waved his sword and cut down the enemy one by one. But in the same way, Zi-Chen's body would also be cut with many wounds. "Die! This time we must kill Zi-Chen." The Qin commander-in-chief was completely out of control. His expression was ferocious and somewhat hysterical. At the same time, his heart was full of excitement and ecstasy, because today he finally had a chance to kill Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen waved his sword and cut people. His expression was calm and his movements were natural. There was a very strong evil aura on his body, which was accumulated by killing soldiers for 10 years, but it was suppressed by him on ordinary days. The evil aura accumulated for 10 years finally could not be suppressed today and erupted directly. Zichen also saw the rules in the evil aura fog in an instant. Puff! 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 Chapter 1166. The Tang army came late. When they arrived, they saw the scene of Zichen being stabbed by many sharp blades. For 10 years, Zichen had become their flag, their spiritual symbol. They used Zichen to increase their morale, and at the same time, they would never allow Zichen to be hurt in any way. For this reason, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They shouted crazily, roared, and rushed toward this side. Their expressions were full of anger and regret. Seeing the sharp blades piercing into his body, the commander-in-chief of the Qin state laughed so hard that tears flowed out. Dead, he's finally dead. 10 years, he is finally dead. The soldiers of the Qin state were also shouting. They finally killed the bull-riding veteran. For 10 years, the bull-riding veteran was like a mountain pressing on their hearts, making them unable to sleep and eat in peace. Many sharp blades pierced into his body, but Zichen's expression was still calm, because at the moment of death, he broke through the fog and saw the rules. The moment he saw the rules, Zichen had become a powerful cultivator. Therefore, he would not die. Zichen's right arm slowly drooped down, and the long saber in his hand fell to the ground. This was the first time in 10 years that he had lost his weapon. His eyes quickly became lifeless, and in his mind it was as if a movie was playing, quickly replaying the scenes of his killing in the past 10 years. 10 years of killing was 10 years of killing. Zichen had long been used to it. In the world of cultivators, he could not find a suitable opponent to practice with. He could only come to the world of mortals, kill people with his mortal body, and use his mortal body to find and comprehend his own rules. Now that 10 years had passed, the rules reappeared. Between heaven and earth, the power of rules appeared and gathered toward Zichen. Pum! Pum! These rules entered the body, and the blades that pierced into Zichen's body collapsed in an instant. Then a powerful force with Zichen as the center surged in all directions. Around Zichen, the soldiers of the Qin state were stunned because of the sudden change. They did not understand why the weapons exploded out of thin air. They were still in a daze when they were hit by this sudden force and flew backward. What happened? What's going on? Why is the bull-riding veteran so strong? The soldiers of the Qin state flew backward. There was an open space of 100 meters around Zichen. The rest of the people looked at this scene blankly, but more of them were shocked. The Tang Empire soldiers in the distance also stopped and looked at the scene in front of them in confusion and shock. Moo! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the old ox roared toward the sky. Then a red light appeared on the surface of his body, igniting into flames. The raging flames enveloped old Niu in an instant. Even Zichen was engulfed by the flames. What's going on? Why are there flames on that cow? Is it burning itself? Everyone looked at the burning bull in shock. The old bull naturally did not burn himself. His body suddenly released a powerful aura. The moment the powerful aura appeared, a strong wind of flames appeared and swept in all directions. He revealed his original form. He was like a mountain peak, but also like an enormous furnace. Those who saw him were extremely shocked. When the soldiers who were 100 meters away saw this scene, they were so frightened that they screamed. Before the strong wind of the flames could reach them, they retreated far away. However, there were still some who were too slow and were instantly swallowed by the flames, turning into nothingness amidst their screams. Monster! That bull is a monster! The soldier cried out in horror. The generals in the distance were also dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The old ox is really a monster. It seems that Zichen is also a cultivator. The pupils of the two commanders shrank and finally confirmed the identity of Zichen as a cultivator. The old ox suddenly rose into the air and released a blazing heat. No one could get close to the old ox within a kilometer. Zi-Chin sat on the back of the old ox. Between heaven and earth, the power of rules appeared out of thin air one after another. In the clear sky, there were suddenly black clouds, and there was a depressing atmosphere in the black clouds. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield felt a murderous intent. The pure murderous intent made them feel a chill in their hearts. Zi-Chen was on the back of the huge old ox, but he was not overshadowed by the old ox. At this moment, the aura emitted from his body was like the aura of heaven and earth. His figure was much smaller than the old ox, but in the eyes of the people, Zi-Chin was like a killing god of heaven and earth. He was arrogant and powerful. The murderous intent on his body changed the structure of heaven and earth. The black clouds in the sky appeared because of him. He was the end or the beginning of the murderous intent of heaven and earth. The sky was quickly covered by the black clouds and became extremely dark. Lightning flashed from the tribulation clouds, one after another. Sometimes there was a flash of silver light, illuminating the shock and horror on everyone's faces. This is the thunder tribulation, but it is definitely not the thunder tribulation of the elixir realm. Could it be the thunder tribulation of the rules of the mortal realm when one breaks through to the earth realm? The old commander of the Tang Kingdom looked very serious at first, but after thinking of something, his expression slowly became horrified. What kind of person is he to attract such a terrifying thunder tribulation? The expression of the commander of the Qin Kingdom was naturally replaced by horror. He was flying, and the next breakthrough would attract the thunder tribulation. But he did not think that the thunder tribulation of the two sides could be compared. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and then looking at Zi-Chin under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expression became extremely horrified. Rumble. In the sky, there was the sound of rolling thunder, and thousands of lightning flashes appeared and disappeared in the black clouds. Around Zi-Chen's body, rule force revolved one after another. The soldiers below looked at Zi-Chen as if they were looking at a god, and their eyes were full of awe. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. The two commanders were obviously cultivators. They could not accurately guess Zi-Chen's realm, but they also knew that Zi-Chen was crossing the tribulation. And these ordinary people were under the range of the thunder tribulation. Once the thunder tribulation fell, everyone would die. The shocked crowd woke up and began to retreat. In the distant sky, a figure appeared again. This was an old man. He looked at Zi-Chin under the thunder tribulation, and his face was naturally full of surprise. He then sighed. In just 10 years, you comprehended another rule, and it's the extremely rare slaughter rule. I really don't know if you're considered a favored child of heaven. That's right. Zi-Chen finally comprehended the slaughter rule after 10 years of killing. And this rule was enough to make the following Earth Prime life undergo a huge transformation. No matter how ordinary you are, once you comprehend the slaughter rule, your life will no longer be ordinary. Unfortunately, although the slaughter rule was still powerful, it was still not a rule that Zi-Chen needed. This was still not his Tao. After following Zi-Chen for 10 years, the old bull naturally sensed it. At the moment when Zi-Chen made his decision, his huge body began to shrink and finally became ordinary size. And in an instant, Zi-Chen, who gave people a feeling of the world's greatness, also became extremely ordinary. It was as if everything was an illusion, but it was not an illusion at all. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the murderous aura between heaven and earth turned into a sharp blade, slashing through Zi-Chen's body. Zi-Chen was injured. The injuries that the soldiers had inflicted on Zi-Chen in the past 10 years paled in comparison to what was happening now. Zi-Chen's body was covered with wounds, and blood dripped from the sky. The golden blood was like little golden beans sprinkling down from the sky. All the soldiers were stunned once again. They shouted, "What is that? Gold?" Chen's blood is actually gold. Previously, no matter how powerful Chen was, he was too far away from these soldiers. They only respected Chen as a god. But when they saw the blood dripping from the sky turn into golden beans, they were completely stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why Chen rejected the opportunity to advance again and again in the past 10 years. It was because he did not care, because his blood was gold. If he was short of money, he could stab himself with a knife, and then he would have endless wealth to spend. The soldiers and commanders below were all in shock. Another person appeared in the sky. It was an old man, and he was actually standing in the air. Congratulations on comprehending another law. Xingdao Li's eyes were full of admiration. Thank you, senior. Chen, who was covered in blood, cupped his hands and bowed. You can still speak after suffering the backlash of the law. It seems that your body has developed immunity to the law. I look forward to seeing you break through, Xingdao Li said. Thank you for your kind words. Chen smiled. A carriage appeared in the sky out of thin air. The old bull walked to the front of the carriage, and Chen sat in the carriage. Then the old bull pulled the carriage and flew away. No wonder you don't like the power of the secular world. It turns out that you are already a high and mighty figure. I'm afraid we will never meet again in this life. Qin Lu, who was the commander, stood in the crowd and watched the old bull pull the carriage away. Ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Over the years, we have sent cultivators to kill him many times. Seeing Chen leave, the Qin's commander laughed at himself. His laughter became very sad, very lonely, and very powerless. His black hair turned white in an instant, and he became extremely haggard. He knew that the Qin state was finished. The Tang state quickly withdrew the troops. You are not allowed to attack the Qin state for 100 years. Just when the Qin's commander and the people of the Qin state were in despair, an indifferent voice came from the carriage. The voice was still Chen's voice, but at this moment, everyone felt that the voice was very far away from them, as if it was in two different worlds. The Tang's old commander looked up at the carriage and murmured, It turns out that you are already so powerful. No wonder you don't put the Hai family in your eyes. Now that you have left, you cannot pursue this matter, but it is impossible for the Hai family to exist. As the commander-in-chief of the Tang Empire, he naturally knew how important cultivators were to the emperor. If the emperor knew that the old bull-riding soldier was an incomparably powerful cultivator who had served the Tang Empire for 10 years, and that the Fair family had schemed against him, the emperor would definitely be furious. After that, he called the deputy general and asked him to take out the evidence collected over the years and bring it back to the imperial capital. Chen did not care about the fate of the Hai family. Whether the battle between the Qin state and the Tang state would happen again in 100 years, Chen still did not care. Chapter 1167. Because of Xingdao Li's appearance, Chen had signed a peace treaty with the other major powers, allowing the everlasting sect to enjoy 1,000 years of peace. To cultivators, 1,000 years was nothing. However, to the everlasting sect, which had the ancient time castle, this 1,000 years was enough for the everlasting sect to make a qualitative leap. 1,000 years passed in the outside world, but 100,000 years passed in the ancient time castle. During the 3 years that Chen had left the everlasting sect, the seniors of the everlasting sect had left one after another to temper themselves or refine the law fragments in seclusion. 15 years later, Chen had comprehended a law and given up on it. The battle between the everlasting sect and the devil race had begun. An everlasting sect's new generation of youths had begun to shine. 200 years after Chen had left the everlasting sect, the previous vice sect master, Wang Qiong, had returned from tempering himself. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Wang Qiong underwent his lightning tribulation and reached the Earth Origin realm, becoming the third Earth Origin expert of the everlasting sect. During that time, several of his soul weapons had shattered, but one had still managed to pass the tribulation and become an Earth origin expert. Wang Qiong's return was a good start for the everlasting sect. It was like an auspicious omen. Following that, one expert after another who had undergone their tribulations returned. Yi Lang, Heifeng Wu Lu, and Zhang Tong also returned in the next 100 years to break through. Their success rate was 100%. This was all thanks to the fact that after following Ziqin, they had used secret arts to refine their bodies. Their bodies had become incomparably powerful. The first batch of people to benefit from Ziqin's 3 pages heavenly book were these old people. Although their mental, qi, and spirit weren't as perfect as Ziqin's, they were still far stronger than ordinary people. The Earth origin experts who had comprehended law tribulations naturally attracted the attention of many powers. They understood that the everlasting sect had finally risen. The everlasting sect had gone from being a sect that couldn't be ignored to a true major power in the martial heaven continent. In the 500th year, Longhu, who had been sleeping in the ancient time castle for many years, finally woke up. After waking up, it was time for him to undergo his tribulation. If it had awakened naturally, the giant energy egg would be the one to undergo the tribulation. After overcoming the tribulation, the giant egg would shatter and Longhu would be born. However, because of Ziqin, Longhu had been born prematurely. Thus, the one to undergo the tribulation next would be his true body. However, Longhu did not undergo the tribulation right away. He was waiting for Ziqin to return. The tribulation that Longhu's sovereign was about to undergo would naturally cause an unforeseen event in the world. Due to the fact that he was too extraordinary, it was likely that many people would come to cause trouble during his tribulation. There was only one Longhu sovereign in the current world. Even the 2 demon sovereigns had wanted to kill Ziqin and subdue the Longhu sovereign. It was obvious how high his potential was. Therefore, Longhu couldn't afford to make any mistakes during his breakthrough. He couldn't afford to be disturbed, and the Boundless Sect couldn't afford to lose Dragon Tiger Sovereign either. After Longhu, the Savage Dragon and the Flying Divine Tiger woke up one after another. However, like Longhu, they did not choose to undergo the tribulation immediately. Right now, the Boundless Sect didn't have the strength to protect them. They had to wait for Ziqin to return or for Ziqin to break through. L.V. Peng's comprehension of the Tao of Formations had also reached greater mastery in the 500 years. The Tao of Formations had descended from the heavens, and he controlled the 99 formation flags to undergo the tribulation. This time, only 49 of the 99 formation flags survived the tribulation lightning. The rest had all exploded, but L.V. Peng was still happy. After his breakthrough, the first thing L.V. Peng did was to modify the Boundless Sect's formation. Then, he specially built a place to undergo the tribulation. This was prepared for the Earth origin stage cultivators. Of course, this project was extremely huge and couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Next, the Boundless Sect sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain. One after another, Earth origin stage cultivators jumped out. The speed of their emergence was undeniably fast and terrifying. Originally, the 5 elements forces only needed to rely on their mood to deal with the Boundless Sect. However, with so many Earth origin stage cultivators jumping out from the Boundless Sect, they had no choice but to be wary. They had to consider carefully before making a move. Their worries from so many years ago had truly become reality. Some of the beasts had also broken through to the Earth origin stage. In the past few years, the Boundless Sect had been very active. It had become the focus of all the martial heaven continent's powers. However, the Boundless Sect's most active master, Ziqin, had disappeared for a long time. It had been so long that many people had forgotten about his existence and his glorious past. Finally, 500 years after Ziqin had left the Boundless Sect, the Boundless sect welcomed another person who had broken through. However, this person was very special in the Boundless sect, so this breakthrough was extremely important. The person who had broken through was Su Mengyao. After hundreds of years, she had finally comprehended the ethereal Tao. Her special status in the Boundless sect was because of her position in the Boundless sect. When the ethereal sect learned of this, it also attracted a great deal of attention. Many experts from that sect came to the Boundless sect to protect Su Mengyao. However, Su Mengyao's fellow disciples had all been very weak. Not a single one of them had broken through to the Earth origin stage. This time, the ones who had come were all seniors of the sect, as well as some existences in seclusion. Before this news had only been known to a few higher-ups. While Su Mengyao was going through the heavenly tribulation, there were more than 40 Earth origin realm cultivators in the Wuji sect. These 40-plus Earth origin realm cultivators and the several Earth origin realm cultivators from the Floating Mist sect surrounded Su Mengyao from the heavenly tribulation. Under the lightning tribulation, other than the trees, there was nothing alive. Because of her extraordinary comprehension, Su Mengyao's tribulation was the most severe one in the past few hundred years. It was also the most tightly guarded one. As soon as she underwent her tribulation, many laws appeared. When people realized that there weren't just 1 or 2 laws or 10 or 20 laws, but 49, they were all dumbfounded. The ethereal sect seniors were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The way of nature had 49 types of rules. Back then, Zi-chan had only seen 48 types, and he was still missing the rule of thunder. However, in front of Su Mengyao, the rule of thunder had appeared, and she had comprehended it. Although it was not profound, she had completely comprehended the power of nature. After that, the 49 laws merged into one. That was the ethereal Tao. The foundation of the ethereal sect was the ethereal Tao. Looking at the ethereal Tao that appeared once again, the ethereal Tao seemed to have reached a climax. They were so excited that they couldn't help but tremble. The ethereal Tao. It's indeed the ethereal Tao. Haha, and it's the ethereal Tao formed from 49 laws of nature. This is the first time in the history of the ethereal sect that something like this has appeared. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. The ethereal Tao pursues following one's heart. This is the most perfect ethereal Tao. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. Looking at Su Mengyao undergoing her tribulation, everyone was excited but also worried. After so many years, it wasn't easy for the ethereal sect to have such an existence. Nothing must happen to her. When the last lightning struck, Su Mengyao's body started to glow. Life force gushed out from her body. This was the Tao of life of wood, one of the laws of nature. Su Mengyao's figure soared into the air. Ethereal energy circulated around her as if she was wearing a layer of illusory gauze. She was as ethereal as a fairy. At this moment, she was a peerless beauty, an untainted fairy. There's hope for the ethereal sect to rise again. How? A voice sounded. A figure wrapped in laws appeared. Wang Shan looked at the few old guys and said sarcastically, "Sister Mengyao is from the Wuji sect. She's the wife of our sect leader. What does she have to do with the ethereal sect? We're not excited yet. Why are you guys so excited? What's the point of staying in the Wuji sect? Do you know where we come from? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. We're from the ethereal sect, and we cultivate the ethereal Tao. Our vision isn't in this world, but in another world. That's our foundation," argued one of the old guys. Wang Shan curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't try to fool me with that. Who am I? I'm Wang Shan of Diyuan. The other world is no longer a secret to me. You said it so confidently, but in fact, you've lost the inheritance that you should have. I really don't know what right you have to be arrogant after losing the inheritance." "Ignorant brat, what do you know? In the other world, there's no guidance. It means that the chances of survival are very small. Earth Yuan is just the starting point of another realm. The guidance at the starting point is the true foundation of an aristocratic family. The old man snorted. What's the point of being the overlord of the lowly martial heaven continent? What can you accomplish? While the two sides were arguing, Su Mengyao broke through. Her figure slowly descended from the sky. The current her was even more unfathomable. Mengyao, I didn't expect you to comprehend the most perfect ethereal Tao. Let's hurry back and tell the sect this good news. Yes, let's go back now. There's no point for you to stay here. Right now, you possess the most perfect ethereal Tao. You're definitely the strongest. No one can restrain you. A mere Wuji sect isn't worthy of you staying here. There's no point in being the overlord of this world. After we return, once you familiarize yourself with the ethereal Tao, we'll escort you to another world. Your brilliance should blossom in that world. Wang Shan was infuriated. He wished he could slap these old fellows to death. Just as Su Mengyao was breaking through, a soaring sword intent appeared in another region. The one releasing that sword intent was also a peerlessly beautiful woman. She had comprehended the sword Tao. In the distance stood two other women. Their appearances were not the slightest bit inferior to the one undergoing tribulation. The three of them each had their own merits. One of them emitted a hazy light. It was the light of the moon, the power of the moon. She stood on a mountain peak in the distance. Under the hazy moonlight, she seemed like she could fly away at any moment. Chapter 1168. After refining the remnant of the law of slaughter, Zichen continued on his journey. Along the way, he acted as a spectator or a high and mighty ruler, looking at the mortal world and its suffering. He had seen honest and trustworthy peddlers, whose days were not good, but they were happy every day, and their faces were full of smiles. He had also seen heartless peddlers who made enough money, but their lives were full of worries and worries. He had seen rude lawgivers who killed people by virtue of the law, but he had also seen extremely strict supervisors who were meticulous in their work. He had also seen wicked horse thieves who killed people without batting an eyelid, and had also met robbers who were both thieves and thieves. In Zichen's eyes, there were always two sides to everything in the world, good and evil. Zichen used more than 100 years to verify the concept of good and evil. In the end, Zichen comprehended good in a mountain village and comprehended the law of good. During this moment of enlightenment, Zichen concluded that there were many good people in the mountains. They did not have much knowledge, and some of them were even illiterate. However, they had their own conscience and knew what good was. The bottom line of good was always higher than the outside world. In their eyes, stealing a chicken was a great evil in the world. 50 years later, Zichen was in the bandits' lair. He saw many tragic and inhumane scenes. Here, he felt the evil of the world. He also comprehended the law of evil. The moment he comprehended the law of evil, Zichen's expression became ferocious and terrifying, as if he was the most evil person in the world. That evil was chilling. In the end, he turned this place into a field of corpses. The great kindness of the cultivation world could not be compared to the great kindness of the mortal world. The great kindness of the cultivation world could not be compared to the great evil of the mortal world. Zichen's law power increased by 2, good and evil. These two laws were extremely rare in the world. Good could only be comprehended by good people. Compared to evil, the law of good was even rarer. After leaving the everlasting sect, Zichen first comprehended the laws of nature, then the laws of slaughter, and now the laws of good and evil. With so many laws in his body, Zichen gradually understood the path he wanted to walk. Just as there were good and evil in the world, there were also true and false. This was even more so for the affairs of the mortal world. It was hard to tell the difference between the real and the false. Everyone had two sides. Perhaps they were kind on the outside, but evil on the inside. For Zichen, kindness and evil were relatively easy to understand, but it was much more difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. People in this world might not necessarily deal with good and evil, but there would definitely be truth and falsehood. This included everything that was said and done. Zichen had once seen a servant rush into a fire to save his master. At that time, the servant's eyes were filled with determination. It was real, but when he accepted the reward and his status changed, it became fake. This caused Zichen to have no choice but to wonder if the unswerving determination and disregard for personal safety he displayed at that time was sincere, or did he have some other objective in mind? Society in the mortal world was very complicated. There were many truths and falsehoods, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, love, and many others. This time, Zichen spent hundreds of years and changed almost 60% of the mortal world before he finally understood the truth and falsehood. During this time, Zichen passed by a savage tribe. The people of two tribes were fighting. One of the tribes was defeated, and the men suffered heavy casualties. In desperation, the tribe could only migrate. But during the migration, new lives were born. After understanding the truth and falsehood, Zichen tried to comprehend life and death. Life and death were the great Tao of the world. To successfully comprehend it was more difficult than comprehending truth and falsehood, good and evil, slaughter, and the laws of nature. In the process of comprehension, Zichen walked and stopped. In the end, it took him 1,000 years. For someone like Zichen, who had an extremely high level of comprehension, 1,000 years of comprehension was undoubtedly an extremely long time. 1,000 years. It took less than 1,000 years for Zichen to break through to the peak of the mortal nascent realm from birth. However, it took him 1,000 years to comprehend the laws. During these 1,000 years, Zichen appeared in various mortal worlds. There were countless rumors about unknown cultivators. However, there were no rumors about Zichen in the world of cultivators. During Zichen's 500 years of enlightenment, Zichen, who had always been high and mighty, began to make his move after he had seen through something. He acted as he pleased. He didn't care if he was a cultivator or not. He was like a law enforcer in the mortal world, enforcing the law in the mortal world. After that, Zichen's eyes became firmer. He knew what he wanted. After 1,000 years of comprehension, Zichen gained a lot. He didn't understand the message that the saint left him. Now he understood and understood. On the mountain peak, Zichen released his aura. Around him, the power of the laws appeared. Black clouds condensed in the sky again. This time, Zichen wasn't trying to break through. He was looking for someone. In a short moment, a figure appeared in front of Zichen. It was Xingdao Li, 1,000 years. You've been in the mortal world for 1,000 years. Have you thought about your path? Xingdao Li asked after appearing. Zichen nodded. Xingdao Li asked curiously, what path? Are you going to choose one of those laws, or do you want to cultivate all of them? Zichen shook his head and said, I don't want to walk the path of the laws. If it's not the path of the laws, then what path is it? Don't you want to break through? Xingdao Li was surprised. Zichen smiled and said, Senior, do you remember asking me about the chicken and egg? Xingdao Li nodded, but he didn't understand what Zichen meant. Zichen said, back then, I had yet to comprehend the laws and didn't know the vastness of the laws. Therefore, I said that as long as I was happy, it didn't matter what came first. However, ever since I came into contact with the laws, I fell into a state of confusion. In the 15 years since I entered the world, if it weren't for your guidance, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have been able to sense what the rules were. However, after that, I knew what the rules were and what kind of existence they were. Hence, in the following 985 years, I sensed one rule after another. Zichen paused for a moment before he continued. In these years, I have been perceiving the laws, refining them, and gaining a deeper understanding of the laws. I gradually understood what the laws were. Because of this understanding, the laws that I have comprehended over the years are ones that few in the mortal world can comprehend. Every law that I have comprehended can be of great benefit to an Earth Yuan expert. If Senior still hasn't found the answer to the chicken and egg, I can tell Senior the answer now. Xingdao Li's face immediately lit up with joy. He praised. It seems that Senior Cauldron Spirit was right. I will be able to find the answer if I follow you. Quickly tell me, which came first? Zi Chen earnestly replied, the chicken first. Why? Zi Chen continued, because I love to eat chicken. What kind of answer is that? Xingdao Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Zi Chen had given the same answer 1,000 years ago. Now 1,000 years had passed and Zi Chen was still giving the same answer. However, what use was that to him? Zi Chen looked at Xingdao Li and earnestly explained. We cultivators cultivate wholeheartedly. Although what we do is defying the heavens, it is not like we are treading on thin ice. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart. As long as you follow your heart, you will be fine. There are thousands of laws in the mortal world, but we cannot extravagantly hope to know all of them. We only need one, and this one is precisely what you can choose. Senior, what you are asking is not the chicken and egg, but the beginning of the world. I didn't understand this question in the past, and I still don't understand it now. However, if even Senior Cauldron Spirit, an extremely ancient existence, doesn't know the answer, why do we have to know it? Zi Chen continued, if I had to choose, I would say that the Tianwu continent is the beginning of the world. Why? Ask Xingdao Li. The reason is very simple. I was born in this world, and this world made me who I am. I comprehended the laws here, cultivated here, and grew stronger. Most importantly, I understand this world. I like this world. Understanding and liking this world is enough. Zi Chen raised his hand and pointed at the sky. For 1,000 years, I have been constantly comprehending the laws, trying to find the most suitable law for myself. During this time, I comprehended one law after another. These laws are very powerful. Over 90% of the Earth Yuan in the world would envy me because of these laws. However, I discovered that these powerful laws are not suitable for me. These laws are not the Tao I want to cultivate. They go against my experience growing up. Therefore, even though they are powerful, they are not very useful to me. These laws are not suitable for me. Or rather, the thousands of laws in this world are not suitable for me. In the past, I was a person who followed the rules. If I had continued to grow, I probably wouldn't have been able to reach my current height even in 10 lifetimes. However, my fate changed after a scheme between my good brothers. I was lucky enough to not die. From then on, I walked a different path. Zi Chen had been thinking about what had happened in the past for many years. He thought about the people and matters of the past. In the past 100 years, he had gradually thought things through. In the past, his life had been very exciting. He could be said to be a legend of his generation. He had shocked the world time and time again, causing the major powers to suffer losses time and time again. His name was like the resplendent Xingqin, illuminating the entire cultivation world. But thinking about it, Zi Chen's past life could be summed up in one word. That word was destruction. Zi Chen's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Since I was reborn, I have been walking the path of destruction. I have been destroying everything along the way. I have broken the reasonable and natural rules, one after another." It was the same when the Nimbus martial ancestor entered the inner sect. He was supposed to be the first, but something happened because of my appearance. In the past, the Tsang Li, Chu, and a few other factions ruled this area. They were the laws of this area. No one dared to provoke them. However, I broke the rules again and again. In the end, I destroyed these factions and built the Wuji sect. In the land of chaos, I fought against the major factions and built the Heavenly Savage Pavilion, which caused the dominating factions to suffer losses time and time again. In the small world, I found 8 badges that were supposed to be the first. In the ancient battlefield, I teamed up with a friend to eliminate the existence of a law. In the end, I even broke the rules and brought Longhu and Elder Goe out. Chapter 1169. If you want to divide every region into a world, then the forces that make up this world are the forces and the rules that naturally arise under the influence of those forces. All these years, I have been doing things that break the rules. These rules are like the rules of heaven and earth now. What I want to do, what suits me, is to break these rules that have formed, to break the rules of heaven and earth. Zichen's words were very straightforward and easy to understand. Xing Dao Li completely understood. However, these words had undoubtedly completely overturned his outlook on life. As a divine prime expert, he naturally knew that this sentence was not absolute. However, at the same time, he also knew that there were rules in heaven and earth, and it was these rules that maintain this world. But now, Zichen said that he wanted to break the rules. How to break the rules? How to break them? After breaking the rules, would he break this world? At that time, what realm would he be in? Earth Prime, Divine Prime. Xing Dao Li was very puzzled because this had completely overturned his understanding. Zichen looked up at the sky and said, I don't know if there is a rule called destruction among the thousands of rules, but if there isn't, I think that from today onwards, there will be one more rule in heaven and earth. And that is the rule of destruction. Rules are everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, rules flickered around Zichen's body. The rules of heaven and earth began to surge, and black clouds appeared above Zichen's head. This was a sign of tribulation transcendence. When the rules appeared in the sky, an extremely mysterious aura suddenly appeared on Zichen's body. In Xing Dao Li's perception, Zichen seemed to have become an Earth Prime expert at this moment. Just as the rules were about to reach him, Zichen smiled. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed at the rules in front of him. A ray of light flashed. This was a light of energy with an extremely mysterious power. He cut open the void, cut through the rules, and then destroyed the complete rules. These broken rules turned into an incomplete power of the rules and fused into Zichen's body, being absorbed by Zichen. The laws disappeared, and the tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated. The strange and inexplicable aura on Zichen's body also disappeared. Xing Dao Li's eyes widened as he looked at Zichen in disbelief. He lost his composure and exclaimed, You just used the power of Earth Essence. You severed the rules and even absorbed them. Could it be that you broke through? To be able to make Xing Dao Li lose his composure, it was clear how shocking Zichen's finger light was. In fact, at this moment, not only Xing Dao Li, but all the people at Earth Prime and above would be shocked by what they had just seen, because this scene went against the rules of the world and defied common sense. This feeling was like a cultivator saying that he could still cultivate without the help of the cultivation methods of this world, without the help of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and without the spiritual chi of this world. It was also like an ordinary person holding a woodcutter and saying that he could chop an Earth Prime to death. In the end, he really did chop an Earth Prime to death with the woodcutter. Xing Dao Li lost his composure because of Zichen's actions. However, in Zichen's eyes, this was a matter of course. He shook his head and said, I haven't transcended the tribulation, nor have I broken through. I just temporarily borrowed the power of Earth Prime. The power of Earth Prime was the power of rules. Unfortunately, Zichen did not believe in rules, so there were no rules in his power. It was just pure Earth Prime. Xing Dao Li's shocked expression took a long time to recover. He sighed and said, Terrifying, really terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have thought that a strange monster like you would appear in this world? Ziqin had said a lot today, and Xingdao Li could understand all of it. However, understanding and completely understanding were two different things. It was just like how many years ago Ziqin had known that the chicken came first. Back then he had been very sure, and now he was still sure. However, the former and the latter were completely different. And now, Ziqin had comprehended the law of destruction. Xingdao Li had personally seen it. Could it be that he could also be like Ziqin, raising his head and shouting the word destruction, and the law of destruction would appear? That required him to personally comprehend it. Ziqin's explanation was very clear. However, Xingdao Li did not understand. That was because his path was completely different from Ziqin's. Previously, Ziqin had said that everyone had the right to choose a law that suited them. However, that was not absolute. The Martial Heaven Continent's Earth Prime, as well as the Earth Primes of another world, were probably countless. However, out of all those Earth Primes, how many people's laws suited them the most? After comprehending their first law, they no longer had the right to choose. They could only passively accept it. The reason Ziqin had a choice was because he had the ability to resist the law. That ability was the perfect essence, qi, and soul created by the 3 pages of the heavenly book. Seeing Xingdao Li sit at the peak and sink into thought, Ziqin didn't disturb him. Instead, he walked into the distance. If he wanted to, he could continue comprehending the world's myriad laws. He could comprehend them all in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. However, to Ziqin, who didn't care about the law, comprehending these laws was meaningless. The old ox appeared over the horizon, pulling a carriage. After following Ziqin for hundreds of years, he had been shocked time and time again by Ziqin. Now, he felt even more admiration for Ziqin. "Boss, where are we going now?" asked the old ox as he walked over to Ziqin. "To the eastern continent." Ziqin was already used to the old ox calling him boss. There was no way around that. He had called him boss for hundreds of years. Even if he wasn't used to it, he had to. "Why are we going there? Shouldn't we be returning to the southern continent?" The old ox was very confused. For hundreds of years, the two of them had often chatted. He naturally knew that Ziqin's foundation was in the southern continent. "We're going to get something that belongs to me. That way, my success rate of passing the lightning tribulation will increase by 10%, said Ziqin calmly. Although Ziqin's explanation to Xingdao Li was clear and logical, and he had indeed reached this step and even deceived the heavens, this was only temporary. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Yuan stage, he would still need to be recognized by the heavens and earth and undergo the baptism of the lightning tribulation. And for this kind of existence that went against the will of the heavens, the lightning tribulation would definitely not be polite. Therefore, before going through the tribulation, Ziqin had to be fully prepared. The old ox followed Ziqin and saw how extraordinary he was. Naturally, he also knew that his lightning tribulation would be unusual. However, finding something that could increase the success rate by 10% made him very curious. Therefore he asked, "Boss, what is it?" "You'll know when we get there." Ziqin sat in the carriage. The old ox pulled the carriage through the air and headed straight for the eastern continent. Of course, they didn't go in a straight line. When they passed by a city on the way, they would use the teleportation formation there. 10 days later, the old ox crossed the continent and arrived at a human city. After that, the old ox received Ziqin's instructions and walked out of the city. Many people noticed the carriage that came out of the teleportation formation. Immediately, their faces were filled with curiosity and curiosity. They were all guessing who it was that actually spent so much effort to teleport a carriage. After 1,000 years of fighting, the area where the city was located was already the last pure land. The rest of the area was occupied by the demons, and the place Ziqin was heading to this time was the demons' territory. Just as they entered the demons' territory, some demons discovered the unique old ox. Many black figures came from afar and surrounded the carriage. "Who is it? Come down. This is the demons' territory. Come out quickly." All of the devilish beings yelled at the sight of this unfamiliar carriage. "Is the princess in the demon sect city?" Zi-Chen's voice came from the carriage. Hearing the princess, the demons' expressions changed. Then weapons appeared in their hands. Their expressions became serious and solemn. "Let's go." The demon's attitude was clear. Zi-Chen signaled the old ox to go forward, but the demons blocked the way. One of them shouted, "If you don't state your purpose, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as the demons finished speaking, the old ox was furious. He shouted, "Scram!" A thunderous roar sounded, and a sound wave spread out in all directions. The demons flew back and coughed up blood. After falling to the ground, they looked at the old ox in shock. With just a roar, they were defeated. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this person was. So, without another word, they fled toward the demon sect city. The old ox began to walk slowly. Not long after, streams of light appeared. Many demons had arrived. But after the old ox glanced at the demons, he said angrily, "Scram trash. Go and find the princess. Tell her that Lord Zi-Chen is here. Ask her to come and welcome him personally." This attitude made the demons furious. As for the name Zi-Chen, they only felt that it was familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had heard it from. But the wild old ox had a terrifying aura. They didn't dare to get close. They could only retreat again. Zi-Chen. In the demon sect city, the princess raised her eyebrows when she heard this name. 1,000 years had passed, and this name had disappeared from the cultivation world. But she didn't expect that this person would appear again after 1,000 years. But why did he come here? And at this time, shouldn't he be in the Wuji sect? The princess was very puzzled. But since Zi-Chen was looking for her, she had to go out and take a look. Of course, if possible, she didn't mind leaving this person behind forever, because the princess had a feeling that this person would be a great enemy of the demons. After the princess appeared, 5 powerhouses of the Earth Prime Demon Clan appeared outside the city. They stood in the air and looked at the old ox warily. As for the old ox, his eyes were full of disdain when he glanced at them. He had followed Zi-Chen for 1,000 years, and he had also grown. He wasn't afraid of this kind of trash, even if they joined forces. Zi-Chen didn't appear in the carriage until the princess brought people over. The curtain was lifted, and Zi-Chen walked out. He was still dressed in black, and he didn't seem to have changed much from 1,000 years ago. As for the princess, she was also dressed in tight-fitting black clothes. Her tall figure was accentuated by the black clothes. She was still noble and cold. "It's you. I didn't expect you to appear again after 1,000 years. You actually came to find me," the princess said to Zi-Chen. Chapter 1170. You want something from me. The princess raised her eyebrows and looked at Zi-Chen. At this moment, the princess thought of the unfair deal she made with Zi-Chen at the holy burial ground 1,000 years ago. However, the ancient castle where they made the deal had been in the hands of the demon clan for 1,000 years. Why would Zi-Chen want it back? Moreover, this was the territory of the demon clan. What confidence did Zi-Chen have to ask for it here? The princess was puzzled. Zi-Chen didn't know what the princess was thinking. He stood opposite her and said calmly, "It's not you. It's an emptiness realm existence from the demon clan. He stole my sword steel when I was in the middle stage of the human realm. There were a total of 9 sword steels that could form the 9 extremes formation. When Zi-Chen went to the Thunder Clan, he lost one of the sword steels. Now there were only 8 left. The power of the 9 extremes formation was greatly reduced. Therefore, Zi-Chen came to ask for the sword steel before going through the tribulation. An emptiness realm existence stole your sword steel. The princess looked at Zi-Chun in surprise. At this moment, the surrounding earth elementals were also shocked. The emptiness realm existence put down his identity and stole his sword steel. His original intention was to capture or kill Zi-Chun. However, he didn't expect that Zi-Chun, who was only in the middle stage of the human realm, could escape from the hands of an emptiness realm expert. That's right. It was when I first met you, princess. At that time, your emptiness realm existence was chasing after me. Zi-Chun explained calmly. As for the sword steel, it's an inheritance treasure. It's very important to me. I must take it with me. The princess asked again, is it the sword sex treasure, the sword steel? Zi-Chun corrected her. It's indeed that sword steel. However, it's not the sword sex treasure. It's mine. As he spoke, Zi-Chun raised his head and glanced at a certain spot in the void. The old bull that was pulling the carriage suddenly snorted coldly. 2 streams of flames spurted out from his nostrils. Ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if some kind of restriction was suddenly triggered. The Devil's Sect City in front of Zi-Chun disappeared in front of him. The earth elementals around him also disappeared in an instant. In the field, other than Zi-Chun and Old Cow, there was only the princess on the opposite side. This was an illusory space created by an emptiness realm expert with the help of heaven and earth. Zi-Chun had seen it many years ago, so he was not surprised. Old Cow was also very calm because he was beside Zi-Chun and had followed Zi-Chun for 1,000 years. After seeing how powerful Zi-Chun was, he had a confidence that was close to blind worship for Zi-Chun. Princess looked at Zi-Chun, and Zi-Chun looked at Princess. The 2 of them looked at each other calmly. Zi-Chun's calmness could be said to be very calm, which made Princess a little unhappy. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "Since you left the sword steel behind when you ran away in a sorry state, it naturally belongs to us. Now that so many years have passed, what right do you have to ask for the sword steel? Or rather, what right do you have to think that we will give you the sword steel? Where does your confidence come from?" Princess wanted to use these words to embarrass Zi-Chun, but she did not know Zi-Chun well. Zi-Chun had run away too many times throughout his journey. If he could not win, he would run away. There was nothing embarrassing about this. Hence, he replied calmly, my confidence naturally comes from myself. I think I have the right to take back what belongs to me. Princess said, "Since you took the risk to come here, it seems like you already know what happened to the Wuji sect. However, we have been fighting with the Wuji sect for 1,000 years. Do you think you can successfully take back what you want? What happened to the Wuji sect?" Zi-Chun was puzzled. You signed a peace agreement with a big force that can last for 1,000 years. Now that 1,000 years have passed, the Wuji sect's Longhu sovereign is about to undergo the thunder tribulation of the laws. Hence, some forces may have some tricks up their sleeves. When is Longhu going to undergo the tribulation? Zi-Chun stared at Princess. It has already caused a change in heaven and earth. I reckon that he will really undergo the tribulation in a few days. There are only 9 thunder tribulations of the laws. It can be passed in less than a day. Why does Longhu need a few days to undergo the tribulation? Because he is Longhu's sovereign, an extremely extraordinary existence. When he is preparing to undergo the tribulation, heaven and earth will sense it in advance. Now, Zi-Chun was obviously surrounded by the emptiness realm experts, but he was still so calm. Princess looked at Zi-Chun and said, "You should be worried about yourself now, not Longhu. According to my observation, you seem to have not broken through to the Earth Prime Realm. Although this bull is extraordinary, it is only at the Earth Prime Realm. We have many Earth Prime Realm experts here." Hearing Princess's words, the old bull snorted to express its disdain. Zi-Chun raised his head and looked at a certain place in the void. Then he looked back at Princess. Princess said indifferently, "You, a human, should show some sincerity if you want to take something from the demon race." After saying that, Princess's figure disappeared. She had hidden herself in the darkness. Immediately after, there was an additional gust of dense killing intent in this illusory space. Ziqin had already predicted this when he came. He had fought with Princess many times. He knew how scheming she was and how difficult and terrifying it was to deal with. As long as she had the chance, she would definitely kill him. Ziqin's body suddenly released an inexplicable aura. This aura was very powerful. In an instant, Ziqin advanced to the Earth Prime Realm. Then he raised his hand and slashed at the void with his finger sword. The void was cut open by Ziqin's finger. It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart. It spread upward until it reached the place where Ziqin had been looking at. There stood a demon. Ziqin's energy ray stopped at the center of the other's brows. At this moment, his face was full of shock and astonishment. The illusory world disappeared. Demon Sect City appeared in front of Ziqin again. The Earth Primes that had just disappeared also appeared. Their expressions were undoubtedly full of shock. At this moment, with Ziqin as the center, an oppressive aura enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles. Black clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky became pitch black. Bolts of lightning surged. After doing all this, Ziqin turned around like lightning. Light flickered between his fingers as he pointed forward. At the end of the light was the center of Princess's brows. Ziqin's actions were simple and casual. However, they broke through the void realm and restrained Princess. Princess's unchanged expression changed after Ziqin easily broke through the void realm. At this moment, seeing the tribulation cloud above her head and the finger soared between her brows, her expression kept changing. She asked, "You haven't broken through yet? How can you use the power of the Earth Prime Realm?" Cold light flickered between Ziqin's fingers. He didn't answer her question. "I'm just here to take back what belongs to me." "Stop. Don't be rude to Princess." At the side, a few Earth Prime Realm cultivators stepped forward and shouted, "Get lost." Old Bull also roared. Ziqin said indifferently, "Give me back what belongs to me." Princess's changing expression gradually calmed down. A mocking smile slowly appeared on her lips. "Do you really think you can restrain me?" Princess tilted her head and dodged the attack. Then, she grabbed Ziqin's wrist with her jade-like hand. The power of rules surged above her jade-like hand. After 1,000 years, Princess, who was extraordinarily talented, had broken through. On Ziqin's hand, the power of the rules of destruction surged. He didn't dodge and allowed Princess to grab his wrist. Then he punched towards Princess's chest. This was the beginning of a combo attack. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. A terrifying pressure swept across, and thousands of lightning bolts shot in all directions. A few Earth Prime Realm cultivators felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Even their breathing became difficult. The entire Devil Doctrine City fell into panic. Seeing that the princess was locked in battle with Ziqin, they wanted to stop them, but they didn't know where to start. In terms of rules, Princess didn't have an advantage. Ziqin's rules of destruction could break any rules in the world. In terms of combat power, Princess was one of the best in the Devil Clan, but she was naturally much weaker than Ziqin, who had 3 pages of the Heavenly Book. As soon as the close combat began, the princess complained incessantly. That was because Ziqin's close combat style was close combat. However, as a princess of the royal family, the princess's status was extremely noble. How could she fight Ziqin like that? Just like the battle in the ancient flame castle, Princess was entangled by Ziqin and could only keep retreating to increase the distance between them. At that time, only the two of them were fighting. Now, not only were there Earth Prime Realm cultivators around, but there were also many devils in the distance. She frowned slightly. She couldn't stand Zi Chen's fighting style. The tribulation thunder in the sky showed that Zi Chen hadn't really gone through the tribulation yet. However, he was using the power of Earth Prime Realm cultivators. Such a scene was enough to shock people. It made people feel that Zi Chen hadn't broken through for 1,000 years, not because his talent wasn't good enough, but because he had been searching for more power. Below, banging sounds could be heard. Princess was gradually unable to hold on. The emptiness realm cultivator in the sky couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Stop. Here's the thing." He flipped his hand, and a sword steel with layers of seals appeared. It was the one that was lost. He threw the sword steel to Zi Chen. Zi Chen exchanged a palm with Princess. His body swayed, and he caught the sword steel and retreated. Princess stood in the distance, panting. She looked at Zi Chen with a cold gaze. "Since you have taken it, it's impossible for you to leave." Zi Chen sneered. "If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Unless you want me to go through the tribulation here." After Zi Chen finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the emptiness realm cultivator frowned. If he went through the tribulation here, the Devil's Sect City would be destroyed in a day. Princess gritted her teeth. She looked very unwilling. She raised her head and looked at the emptiness realm cultivator. It was as if she was ordering him to kill the enemy. However, the emptiness realm cultivator didn't seem to notice this. He was unmoved. Princess was extremely angry. She was even furious. However, after a while, her anger was suppressed. She regained her noble and cold demeanor. She looked at Zi Chen and said, "Okay, you can leave. We're also going to the Wuji sect. It's on the way." After saying that, she walked into the chariot without any explanation. Zi Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know what she was up to. In the carriage, Princess was indignant. At the same time, she was very dissatisfied with emptiness realm cultivator's actions. If she had known about this, she would have given the sword steel to the sword sect in advance instead of keeping it by her side. Chapter 1171. The princess walked straight into the chariot, not treating herself as an outsider at all. Outside the chariot, Zi Chen couldn't help but frown. The surrounding Earth Origin Realm cultivators were also startled by the princess's sudden change. Immediately, a trace of worry appeared on their faces. Entering Zi Chen's chariot, the princess wasn't a match for Zi Chen. If something bad happened, they wouldn't be able to answer to the royal family. In the air, the emptiness realm origin realm cultivator looked at Zi Chen and said, "An old friend of mine gave me the sword steel before he returned to the demon race. He said you would definitely come back to get it." Looking up at the emptiness realm origin realm cultivator, Zi Chen said, "I knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be an emptiness realm cultivator." Zi Chen had seen this man many times. He had always followed the princess. Zi Chen guessed that he was an Earth Origin Realm cultivator, but he didn't expect him to be an emptiness realm cultivator. Emptiness realm. Hearing this, the middle-aged demon suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Zi Chen, the demon race is stronger than you think." Zi Chen looked at him in confusion. The middle-aged demon smiled and pointed at Zi Chen. As the finger landed, Zi Chen suddenly felt a mysterious force on his body. He couldn't move at all. At the same time, the dazzling lightning tribulation above his head actually disappeared. At this moment, Zi Chen couldn't move at all. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His expression changed as he looked at the middle-aged demon in shock. The middle-aged demon smiled and said, "Don't worry. I didn't attack you before, so I won't attack you now." Zi Chen regained his freedom of movement. He glanced at the middle-aged demon and walked into the chariot. Then his indifferent voice sounded, "Let's go." The old bull glanced at the middle-aged demon with fear. Then he flew into the air and pulled the chariot back to the human territory. "Sir, why didn't you take this chance to kill Zichin?" After Zichin left, an Earth Origin Realm cultivator asked respectfully. The middle-aged demon glanced at him and said indifferently, "If Zichin was so easy to kill, he wouldn't be alive now." "Then what do we do now?" "The princess is in the carriage. If Zichin attacks the princess halfway—" "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts." The middle-aged devil stared at the direction where the chariot had disappeared and murmured, "In just a short 1,000 years, he actually grew to such a level. Such potential is simply terrifying. In the future, he will definitely be a great enemy of our devil race. However, I don't understand why they didn't kill him." Within the carriage, the princess who had wanted to kill Zichin a moment ago was now sitting side by side with Zichin as if they were friends. That was where Su Mengyao used to be, very close to Zichin. In the not-so-spacious carriage, the unique fragrance of the princess wafted in the air. Zichin was making tea. His movements were natural and casual. It was impossible to tell that a battle had just taken place. Moreover, his state of mind was calm. He was not affected by the strange fragrance in the carriage. The princess looked at Zichin, who was concentrating on making tea, and said, "It seems that you've had a good life in the past 1,000 years." Zichin did not immediately respond. When the tea was ready, he poured 2 cups and handed one to the princess. Only then did he say, "The true way of tea is in the mortal world. This is my greatest gain in the past 1,000 years." Within the carriage, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Zichin was deeply intoxicated by it. He was like a tea addict. Even the princess, who did not understand the way of tea, felt her heart calm down after smelling the tea. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was just a cup of tea without any effect. However, it was able to calm her heart. Her eyes immediately flashed with a strange light. Zichin continued, "In our eyes, this is just an ordinary tea. However, in the eyes of mortals, this is the world's top tea. I found this in a small country. This tea can only be harvested once every 5 years. Furthermore, only the most tender part is needed. After being fried, it can be said to be of the highest quality." Hearing Zichin talk about the way of tea, the princess frowned slightly. This tea made her feel comfortable, but she did not want to listen to this. The princess went straight to the point and asked, "You've been in the mortal world for 1,000 years to find the law. Since you've reappeared, you must have gained a lot. What kind of law did you comprehend?" Zichin shook his head and said, "The way of tea is broad and profound. If you delve deeper, you will find that it is as vast as the ocean. It is not inferior to cultivation at all. In fact, you can also taste the law by tasting tea. The princess was already dissatisfied with Zichin's irrelevant answer. Hearing this, she mocked. "According to what you said, all tea masters will be in the Earth Prime in the future." In the face of the princess' mockery, Zichin said seriously, "If they truly comprehend the law of the way of tea, once they cultivate, it will be very normal for them to enter the Earth Prime." Deliberately mystifying. "Don't tell me you've been comprehending the way of tea for 1,000 years. Although I don't understand, I can feel that the power you used before has nothing to do with the law of the way of tea." The princess asked curiously, "Tell me, what kind of law did you comprehend?" Zichin shook his head again and said, "There are no laws." Zichin was telling the truth, but the princess did not believe him at all. Zichin picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup. At the same time, he said, "This tea is produced in a very special place. The water used for irrigation is from a 5,000-meter tall mountain peak. It is produced from the dewdrops between the branches and leaves of the ancient trees in the clouds." Looking at the calm and natural Zichin, the princess could clearly feel the change in him. At this moment, Zichen's heart was very calm and his realm was very high. She was unhappy and did not want him to be calm, so she asked, Zichen, do you like me? Uft! Zichen immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk. His calm heart was immediately disturbed, and the tea sprayed everywhere. What did you say? Zichen ignored his embarrassment and turned to look at the princess. I said, do you like me? How about we get married? The princess looked at Zichen expectantly, but there was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Zichen had almost no flaws, but that didn't mean that he didn't have weaknesses. Zichen had quite a few weaknesses, but there were only two that were truly fatal, his women and his friends. This was publicly known, but also confidential. At this moment, the princess had only asked Zichen one question, and Zichen had such an intense reaction. It was clear that this was the truth. After I get married to you, it will be equivalent to the demon race and the Wuji sect joining forces. This is a strong alliance. When the time comes, we will help you deal with whoever you want to deal with, the princess said again. Zichen calmed himself down and said seriously, humans and demons are irreconcilable enemies. Naturally, it's impossible for me to be with you. Although you're a woman, I've killed many women along the way. I don't mind killing you when the time is right. Of course. I also know that you've always wanted to kill me, or rather, you wish for me to die. Zichen stared into the princess' eyes. Your heart is very big and very poisonous. It can be said that you are the most poisonous woman I have ever seen in the world. In the holy burial ground, you schemed against us with benefits and almost killed everyone. Bringing up the past again, the princess looked innocent and wronged. Why do you suspect me? I am also a victim. Whether you are a victim or not, you know best in your heart. You also know that there is no possibility of reconciliation between us. As for marriage, it is even more impossible. Even if we don't get married, we can still be friends. We are not enemies with humans. We are already friends. I can be friends with them. So why can't I be friends with you? The princess looked at Zichen with a bitter and pitiful expression. You don't have to act in front of me. They are them and I am me. I cannot attack other demons. But it does not mean that I will tolerate your existence. If you really want to be friends, then take the demon race back to the demon world. When the time comes, if you want to be friends, I will personally go to the demon world to be friends with you, Zichen said with a cold smile. The princess was angered by Zichen's harsh words. She snorted and said, Who do you think you are? I'm a princess with countless friends. If you want to be friends with me, why don't you see if you're qualified? When Zichen heard this, he shook his head and laughed. Friends? Do you know what it means to be a friend? If I kill you now, not counting your family, how many of your friends do you think will stand out to take revenge for you? The princess frowned, but she was speechless. Zichen continued, I don't dare to say anything else. But if I really die here, at least a few dozen people will seek justice for me, regardless of their lives. Women and friends or brothers were Zichen's weaknesses, but it was also Zichen's advantage. The conversation between the two along the way was destined to be unpleasant, because the two of them were very scheming people. They belonged to two different forces, and every word they spoke was filled with calculation and intrigue. Every time the princess was unhappy, she would snort coldly. Humph, don't be so smug. Your Wuji sect has been in the limelight too much this time. Many forces are afraid of you. Plus, 1,000 years have passed, and Longhu's breakthrough has become a fuse. Maybe you will be attacked by many forces, like 1,000 years ago. We've been in the limelight too much. Zichen sneered. That's just what some short-sighted people think. Right now, I'm looking at another world. That's our true goal. As for the Martial Heaven continent, the conflicts here are nothing. Zichen's reply startled the princess. She asked, So you're saying that you'll leave after your breakthrough? Then what about the Wuji sect? Aren't you afraid of the Wuji sect being destroyed? Ziqin said, I've already left the Wuji sect for 1,000 years. The battle has been going on for 1,000 years. Doesn't the Wuji sect still exist? That's because of your disciples and your beast army. But once you leave, those powerful existences of the Wuji sect will follow you. The Wuji sect will definitely be finished. Even if I leave, I still have disciples. If my disciples leave, they will also have disciples. The Wuji sect is not a family but a sect. One disciple after another will appear. We aren't the only ones in this world. There are many people. Back then, there was Ziqin, Zhang Haoyan, the devil ape. Now there's Sunling, Qinfeng, and the lightning spirit. Then, in 1,000 years, there will naturally be other experts who can turn the tide. Each time the two sides conversed, the princess was infuriated. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.